Oh, that timing. I literally just sat down. Hi, guys. Good morning. Welcome in. Who's here? Oob. Hi, Oob. And 12 other people who haven't said hi yet. Okay, just come in, sit down, stay a while. What are we doing today? I don't even know. How you guys doing? What's up, Mysteria? How are you? We have Substance open. I have Unreal open today. I have this open. I don't need. I have Maya open. We're ready to cook today. What is the plan today, though? I think the plan, I'll answer my own question, is I really want to knock out exactly what the hell we're doing with this character workflow. I feel like I've done a ton of work on it already, but I'm like, we're at a point where it's like, I don't even know if this is even the way we want to go yet. As you can see, we have some like major clipping going on here. I think that's gonna be okay though. So I think it's just clipping through the boots, which means we'll just have to hide portions of the boots, I guess, when we have robes on, which sucks. I don't really know how to fix that though. In fact, I was trying to look at some WoW outfits. Why is this on the... What? What's happening? Anyway, I was looking at these, and I'm starting to think that they do robes differently than I thought they did. I need to close this. Okay, let's try that again. What did I have open though? This one? If we look at... Now these have robes. This one? There we go. Okay. If we look right here, she has the same silhouette right here on her hip, all the way down to, I believe, like her knee, as she does with the robes on right here. Like, I'm pretty sure it's the exact same silhouette. Which means the robes are probably just, like, built into the pants, and then they just have, like, another piece of, like, mesh in the middle here. Right? And then they probably have an additional mesh that just, like, extrudes out here that goes down. Right? I don't know. I don't know how they're doing this. Rob? Rob, what about what? I would make the robe part of the chest piece and float it above pants. I'm doing that right now, but I'm actually making it. I don't know if that's gonna be part of the pants. I think I see what you're saying. Are you saying? Yes. It will be part of the chest. Yes. It'll be the chest slot. Is what I'm. Yes. But and how I have it set up, it's pretty much like that. I have this piece, which is, it's not technically attached. I have it detached right now, but actually, I just grab this, and we solo this out. That's all it is. And then I have it like clipped, or like, I added some thickness to it, and then just pulled it back in on itself, essentially right here. So yeah. But I think what they're doing, which is something I tried earlier, is I think they're actually like extruding out like this piece right here. Turn off symmetry. I think they're doing something like this and like extruding this across to like make robes. You know what I mean? In like, you know, a better way, but like, so like it's like skin tight. And then at the bottom, they're like flaring it out. I don't know. That's what it looks like in this shot, right? Like, how else would they make this skin tight without clipping with the pants underneath? Unless they're just turning off the pants. Like, maybe they're just... Let's go open WoW. I don't know how else to, like... There's like a WoW model viewer that I really should just go, like, bite the bullet and download. I just don't know. I think you have to, like, torrent it, and it kind of sketches me out a little bit. Not torrenting. Like, I know how to do that. But just like, I don't actually, you know, I don't think you have to torrent it. I think you have to get it from like GitHub or something, which is fine. I just haven't gone through the process yet. Robe without the E. Oh, got it. Anyway, I don't know. So my problem, the biggest problem we're running into right now is like, even if we do get this working, which is fine, like so the plan is this is how this all has its own UV set, right? Which is great. So the idea was I'll just take this base mesh, because it has to be like the skin layer underneath, and then we'll paint on like gloves or whatever. So we'll just like, so let's say we want to make like a wizard's robe or something, right? So we'll grab these two pieces. Let's say we want like this cowl, and we want these glove pieces, and we want these boot pieces right here, right? And that's all we want for our wizard's set. And then we'll have some shoulders or something to go with it, right? And a cloak. So we'll grab all these pieces. Maybe we won't even grab these because it's robes, right? But that doesn't matter. Yeah. Because we wouldn't want to show these for robes anyway. But maybe we would if you just had the boots on. Whatever, it's fine. Anyway, so we grab all these. We would just grab them all, export them so we have just these UVs. Throw them into Substance, right? Let's just, I don't know. Will you be doing character animation using bones armatures on stream one day? Maybe, but probably, honestly, I kind of hope not. We might, but I think the plan right now is we're using the epic skeleton, and I want to do that because I want to utilize like buying assets. Here's the thing, this is something that like Moz and I think are in full agreement with, is like, we're building an MMO, which is already the hardest game like to make, pretty much. I mean, other than like maybe like a AAA like first person shooter something, I don't know. Anyway, we're making like an insanely hard game to make. Like, we know that. This is like, you know, the WoW Classic took 40 people like 5 years to develop, right? We're a team of essentially 2 people with 1 person helping with like back-end architecture stuff, hopefully more eventually. But for now, that's all I was really working on. Anyway, so yeah, like it's gonna take us at that rate, it's gonna take us like, you know, our whole lives to do this, right? So we need to cut corners wherever we can, and I already feel like we're doing that using like the Redwood framework. We're already doing that using, we're going to be using a ton of game assets. So I also want to use animations where we can. So like the plan right now is we're just going to grab animations from like the marketplaces for like characters and creatures and stuff like that, and then just reskin them so they match our style. So anyway, yeah, we're gonna be cutting a lot of corners, which I think is good. We have to do that if we want to actually make an MMO, and that's fine. Like I think as long as the game looks unique and like feels unique to play and doesn't feel like it's just an asset flip, then it'll be fine. Who cares? The reason I'm not even worried about it anymore is because Pal World devs, the devs behind Pal World made a game called, I lost the name now, Craftopia first, that launched around the same time Swords and Magic did, and right before it launched, because I think we were launching on the same day actually, or like within a day of each other. I was looking at it because it was like above us in the like upcoming like wish listed games, and I was like, what is this game? And I was immediately like, well, this game's gonna fail because it's a huge asset flip. Like all of the art in this game is just, they're all assets they bought. Like none of it matches. It looks like crap. Like it looks like they just threw all this stuff together and then just like threw together some gameplay mechanics that kind of tie them together, and that's it. Like they didn't even like try to like make it look like the same game. I think they had a shader or something, but still. But I knew you could tell they were assets, right? Yeah, that game blew up and did like 10 times better than Swords and Magic did. At least 10 times, maybe 50 times better, right? Way better. Swords and Magic isn't all handmade art. Like we did use animations, but we like covered them all up with like brand new art and everything. Like we spent a long time making all of our own custom art and making everything custom and placing everything by hand and doing all this stuff, right? And then the game made like a fraction of what an asset flip did essentially. And then they went on and used that money to make an even bigger game, made Pal World, and now they're like one of the biggest indie developers out there, right? And then they got into all this controversy, which only like just fueled their whole thing. So like they're even bigger now. So like, yeah, I don't think players care if we use assets as long as we use them in a smart way. As long as we're not like just dumping a bunch of assets with no content onto Steam, then it doesn't matter. And we're obviously gonna have content, right? So nobody really cares if it's a cool game or the assets are somewhat modified compared to the other people using them. Yeah, pretty much all of my games are art assets. Only buying big chunks of code is sketchy and adds lots of tech debt. Yes, agreed. Yeah, I think buying plugins and things like that can be useful if they are like tool plugins, like a dialogue plugin or something. That's obviously really useful. But when you start buying like this is a survival game system, and then you buy an inventory system, and then you buy a combat system, and then you buy a weather system, like all those things are like all in blueprints, that creates a lot of tech debt really fast. And then when you try to modify those things, it's a pain, or hook them together. But yeah, buying assets, I have no problem with that. I think you should do your best here to make your art style consistent. But yeah, so this is a little kit right here, this art kit for this asset pack. And I'm not a huge fan of like these pieces. They're a little too chunky, I think. They don't quite match the characters, right? They're too much. But these pieces I really like. I love like the hand painted style. I don't even mind these ones. And these are really cool too. So this creator, I just stumbled across his stuff on hold on, let me grab that. On Fab yesterday. And I was like, oh, he has some really cool stuff in here. And I was like, we should just use this kit. Because look at this. Like the details there. I think I love like the hand painted like textures. Like this looks so good, and like this is great for an MMO, right? Like it's nice and low poly, like looks great. I'm super excited about it. So we're probably gonna use in this kit, and he also has a dungeon kit too. So like between the interior, the dungeon, and the village kit we already have, I think we have a good chunk of our art already finished, and then anything extra we might need, I can make, because I can match this style pretty easy. This one's so good. All these like spider webs and stuff, and Like it's pretty simple, but and if there's something that like really sticks out that we don't like, I can just remake it, you know, it's fine. Like I think that the key to using like assets like this is knowing when to expand on it and when to replace things and like which things to like leave out, you know. There's just tons of stuff in here, so it'll be easy to just knock out like dungeons with this. And like look at all these pieces. This is gonna save us so much time having all these pieces already built. Yeah, and this stuff will look great in like third person, like WoW style, like MMO. So that's the plan. Anyway, but yeah, so what I'm struggling with now, and I was talking about yesterday, is we have like, so let's say hypothetically we decide we're gonna have a new armor set every 5 levels, like base armor, you know, like just things that like drop from mobs or whatever, or stuff that can be crafted or whatever. So we have every 5 levels up to 60. So that's 60 divided by 5. That's 12 armor sets, right? That's just the base ones. Now let's double that for things like dungeon armor or like rare drops, things like that. So we'll just double that. Now we're at 24. That's 24 armor sets. And now let's say we have to modify each one of these to do like female armor versions or like a toadkin versions or whatever. So let's just triple that number as more armor sets we probably have to make, right? And then also keep in mind, that's just like if we did cloth armor. Now we have to think about, we have cloth armor, we have leather armor, we have heavy armor. Maybe a plate armor on top of that, maybe 4 of them, but let's just assume 3. So let's just times that by 3. So that's 216 essentially unique armor sets we have to make just to like hit level 60, and that's just like base and whatever. And then let's say that each one of those takes like, I don't know, 2 to 3 hours to hand paint. We'll say 2.5, I guess. That's 500 hours. 540 hours of hand painting. That's a lot. That's a lot of time. Divide that by 40 to see how many like work weeks that is. That's 13 entire weeks of 40 hours a week working. And that does not include, we're gonna snooze this ad break. That doesn't include the fact that I have to also be doing level design, and I have to be doing like game design and modeling creatures and other characters and building like quests and items and like all kinds of stuff. Like there's so many things I have to be doing in this game that's probably gonna mostly lay on my shoulders, which is fine, and that's kind of what I was expecting. But then also making all those textures at the same time. So like I have to find ways to cut back on that, right? Hey, what's up, Moz? Sorry. So yeah, Omega, I hope I don't have to do too much animation just because it's really time consuming and I don't love animation very much, but I actually will probably be working on some asset packs on the side for Gamedev TV and for Fab and stuff like that. So there's a good chance you'll see some animation eventually, maybe. We'll see though. Anyway, but yeah, those assets look great. So anyway, we just need to figure out how to like cut back on asset or on like armor creation time. So I think one thing is like, maybe we go about this better in like a more design way. So like maybe we don't need a new like armor set every 5 levels, right? Like maybe we can stretch that out more. So like there's only like one base armor set every 10 levels. And then we can do like recolored versions of it and like kind of swap it around, right? So we can have like a cool black version that's like level 20, and then there's like a lower level like version that's like level 10 or whatever. So we can have like 3 or 4 armor sets that are like level 20, but some of them are just recolored versions from other level sets, right? Does that make sense? Because recoloring an armor set should be super easy to do. Like that should be really easy. Another thing we could do that I think is a good idea is not only stretching out those armor sets to make them last longer, but also like to kind of complement that, I guess, or supplement that, is instead of making our blacksmith profession being like all about crafting new pieces of armor, maybe what we do is kind of lean into like the social aspect of it more and do things like the blacksmith doesn't just craft new armor, but they primarily like repair armor for other players or upgrade them or socket gems or stuff like that, right? So like so your armor goes or like lasts longer because you're like saving up mats for the blacksmith to like upgrade your stuff, or saving up gold to pay for those things, etc., etc. I think that's a really good way to go about it. Amazing assets, thanks. Yeah, they're looking cool so far. Anyway, I did do some painting though in 3D Coat, though. I'm pretty sure I painted on the wrong layer for our skin layer, and it doesn't matter anyway because 3D Coat I don't own yet. Therefore, anything I do in 3D Coat right now is going to have not only will it have watermarks on it, but it's also not legally available for commercial use, which means I had to pay for it first if we're going to use it. I really did like it though, and within like I was probably painting on it for like an hour maybe, and I was starting to feel pretty comfortable. It took me a little bit, and it definitely felt really muddy at first and like dirty. Like everything I was painting just felt kind of dirty. Not like, you know what I'm trying to say, like it looked like I was just like painting dirt onto the character. But it took me, but I think that's just like a painting issue. Like that's like a style, like a skill issue, not really like a software issue at all. So yeah, but I did come up with something. I have like screenshots. I'll pull up the screenshots. It's easier than opening 3D Coat. We might open 3D Coat. I don't know. So this is what I came up with. Please don't look at the face. The face is awful. Which is a little bit worrisome for me. The toes are also creepy and awful, and I need to figure out a better solution for those. But yeah, it's going to take some practice. But yeah, like this is like an hour of work at my first attempt, and it's not good. It's definitely not great, but it's like, okay, I can do this at least. Like it's just going to take some like work, like getting better at it. Like his arms have 0 definition yet, and like same with his legs. I was just kind of like throwing stuff in here. But I do like the workflow, and that was the idea, is like I just wanted to see what it felt like to paint in 3D Coat. I did use my tablet. I really wanted to find a solution on my iPad, but it seems like Procreate is the only place I can paint 3D models on my iPad. That I don't have to paint vertex paint. Does that make sense? So how most apps, including Nomad Sculpt, which is a sculpting app I use that I really wanted to use for painting, how it works is when you paint, you're painting on each vertice. So like in here, for example, I'd be like, when I like say I want to paint his stomach or whatever, like black or something, if I painted right here, it would essentially blend this vertex would become black essentially, and then blend to all the ones next to it. So it would have like this weird wrong button. It would have this weird like blended like diamond shape around it, right, to all these vertices, and it would just be a blurry like black diamond, right? And if I painted this one, then these two would be like, it'd like blend these two, right? I don't know how to explain it. Anyway, but yeah, the problem with that is that obviously I would have to then like subdivide this mesh like 20 times to get like enough like detail to like paint on it, and then I've lost like the shape first of all, which I could fix, but still. And then I can take that painted vertex material and bake it onto the UVs, and then we can export it. So I could technically do it, but it'd be a lot more work, like setup work, and I'd rather just paint like a bitmap image on top of the UVs, which I can do with, I think Armor Paint might let me do it on my iPad, but I think it's a paid software, and I don't really want to keep buying software to find out if this things work or not. And with an app like that, you can't like really refund it, I don't think. Maybe I can. Anyway, popped on with no context, new player model. What's up, Myth? Yeah, this is a... Wait, hold on. Is your name Myth of Tyrowin? Like Tyrowin from Swords and Magic Tyrowin? Is your Twitch name named after Swords and Magic? If so, 1, you're going to be sad when I tell you what this character is, and 2, that's awesome. Yeah, out of context, I can see how this would be confusing. This is for a different game. This is for our next big project that we've officially started but have not officially like announced anywhere yet, because they're still really, really early and we don't have any gameplay or that yet to show. So until we have gameplay to show and like we've have like a proof of concept and we're like, yes, this is happening, we won't be. Oh, we're in an ad break. Sorry. Myth of Tyrowin. Hold on, let's back up. Is your Twitch name named after Swords and Magic? Of Tyrowin and Swords and Magic? I have to know. No. Who are you? I'm assuming you're in the Discord. That's pretty crazy. That's wild. I mean, like, I see tons of people with like names after like, you know, AAA games and Final Fantasy and all that stuff, right? That makes sense. But like, I don't think I ever thought that I would see the day where someone names their Twitch account after my video game. That's wild to me. That's cool though. Anyway, very cool. Anyway, yeah, so this is for a different game. This is for an MMO. This is the next like big Kindred Games project. At least that's the plan right now, but we're still in early development and like kind of planning days. Like I'm still trying to figure out what our character model is going to be, and I think this is going to be it, but I'm not 100% positive. We also have plans for like a frog race, who's a female character, and maybe a dwarf. But those are all going to be, me. I think Miles and I have kind of just decided like we're gonna wait on that kind of stuff because right now we don't even know how to set up the human male, so like other variations are gonna come later. I don't use Twitch, so I made the account purely to watch your dev work, though. Thought you'd like the touch. Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. All right. Hell yeah, bro. Love seeing the grind. Yeah. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I am even like with the little bit of texture work I did in 3D Coat, I can see if I start getting faster at it, like knocking out a texture, like an armor set or whatever, isn't going to be hard. Like I don't have to like paint the skin texture every time, right? Obviously. In fact, I think we opened up Substance. Let's just drop this. So let's just map this out in Substance and see if we can do this with like layer work. So let's just grab this guy. Let's grab these gloves, and let's grab our belt, I guess. We should actually merge the belt. Hang on. There's no reason to have the belt with a separate mesh. In fact, we should do these two while we're here. Like all these pieces that are like separate pieces don't need to be separate pieces. They can be mirrored. I think that's it. These ones also, those are pants pieces. Okay, all the gloves are already here, I think. Okay, so let's grab like these gloves, the body obviously. Let's do like a collar, I guess, and the belt, and we'll grab these boots. So that would be like an outfit, right? Let's say it's like a rogue outfit or something, yeah. I don't like these actually. Hold on. All of this except these. Turn that back off. Grab these ones instead. That's better. That's more rogue. Okay. So we grab all these. Let's export it. We'll just throw it on. We'll throw it in here, and I have like a mesh that I'm just probably going to reuse over and over again for this. Character meshes. It'll be SM character armor mesh. Export that. Yes. Okay, let's open up Substance Painter. New. Select. Character armor mesh. Open. 2048 is good. Open. Okay, so there's our character, right? With all the armor pieces we want to paint. And then what we would do, this is kind of, what's going with his hand? How did I not notice his like hand's got this weird thing going on? I think you know what I think it happened? I think in Maya, this triangle right here is being cut a different way. Oh yeah, I see what's going on. Let's fix this really quick. Just triangulate that so that we don't get that weird. There we go. Do I have double music playing? Oh, I have WoW open. We're an idiot. We're an idiot. I'm an idiot. We don't need. We're just gonna close this. We were gonna look at the robes, and then I forgot. We probably should have done that. Whatever. We'll go look at it in a minute. Okay. Delete history. Transform. I was like, why am we listening to two different like WoW music? Okay, let's try this again. So export out. I think there's actually a way to like just re-import the mesh, but it's okay. Discard. There we go. That was hands better. That's, yeah, we just had a weird triangulation issue. Okay. We also get these weird issues with his hands because I went through and added better like knuckle like transformations or deformation like edge work and stuff in there, and I kind of regretting it. I'm actually thinking about getting rid of it because I think I'd rather his hands just kind of collapse a little bit when they like make fists, because it's just not that noticeable, than have these weird like lighting issues. We'll see if they show up through like texture though. Anyway, okay, so we have this. So now we want to paint this. So let's first, we need to like mask out layers. So let's just make a new layer. Let's just go like, we have fabric cotton here. Let's just, sure, we're just gonna throw this in here as a layer. Okay, so that's obviously not what we want, right? That's ridiculous, but let's just make this his shirt, I guess, right? I think we can just click this, and this will let us select meshes. No, we don't want this, right? Do we? This is a geometry mask. We don't want the geometry mask. We want to make a mask, but we want to make... How do we do this? Add white mask. And then can we select... How do we... I don't know how to do this anymore. I think there's a way to select like UV shells to add to your mask. Google time. Let's just ask GPT actually. Also, we should have used a black mask. A black mask will hide everything but what we want, so we'd rather have a black mask. Add your white or black mask. Make sure the mask itself is selected in the layer stack. Okay. In the texture set settings window, scroll down to UV islands. Texture set settings window. Oh, texture set settings. Got it. Scroll down to... Wait. Sometimes labeled UV tile or UV chunk, UV islands, UV padding. I don't see... anything like that in here? Polygon fill? Ah. Mesh fill. UV chunk fill. Okay, which one is his chest though? close. Look at that. Okay, so we have a bit of an issue. Let's go polygon. Triangle fill, polygon fill. Can we zoom in on this? Why can I not zoom in? Oh. This is his chest, I think. How do I race? Must be his back. Is that really the best way to do that? Okay, that worked. We do have our UV seams are going different ways, which kind of sucks. I assumed that would not be a problem, but I guess when you're hand painting, it's not a problem. It is a problem when you're using layer or like masked materials. But honestly, it's probably fine. We could just put like a. We're not going to be using this material, so that doesn't really matter. But anyway, we also need. These pieces. No. Dragging in the UV window breaks like everything. I don't know why. We'll fix that glove piece. All right, let me get caught up. Very caught up. Oh my god, I'm so far behind. What game is this for? What's the theme of the game? This is an MMO. We don't have a theme yet. It's a fantasy MMORPG. I don't know. There's not really like a theme yet. We're going very. Yeah, no. This is not for Swords and Magic. This is definitely not for Swords and Magic. This is a totally different game. Did not realize Minecraft type characters look like this. What? What do you mean Minecraft type characters? Not gonna be Swords and Magic. So I'm very limited context of the stream. Yeah. There's not even any. There's literally zero inspiration from Minecraft for this game. I'm not even sure what you're talking about, NCO. I guess skill trees will be half a year at least. I doubt it. Why was the response Swords and Magic? Was that just some random person making an assumption? Well, that's the game we usually make, so that would be why it's an assumption. It happens online. Kindred usually streams Swords and Magic, but he's streaming. Yeah, okay. No, I get that he does this. It's a great thing for him. He needs a break. MMO, that's a tall goal though. Yeah, it is. We know that. I'm not a delusional here. Okay, a little delusional. Real shoot. I burn out just trying to make a single player open world. Yes. Well, you've been there. I'm not sure if it's going to be an actual MMO, but I also don't follow super closely. Did you all ever make the Enshrouded group? I think some people were playing for a while. Minecraft type characters, Swords and Magic. I guess so. Minecraft clone, etc. Got it. Swords and Magic has inspiration from Minecraft. Yes, it does. Okay. Anyway, yes. So this is a game. We don't have a name for it yet. Currently, we're calling it Project Campfire because it's intended to be a very social-driven MMO. The idea is we kind of just start small. We're making it's very hold on. We should be doing. There we go. That's much easier. Okay. Yeah, so the idea is this game is very inspired by classic World of Warcraft, so it's like old school MMO, so not like a ton of crazy wild features and things like that. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, so the idea here is that I would create probably a bunch of textures and then map these out. So it would be a lot less hand painting and a lot more just like slapping on textures. And then once I was done mapping this out, we could either like bring this UV set, like the UV textures into a different app, or maybe 3D Coat or something, or even just in here, and then I just paint on like an additional layer to like add detail if needed, like stitching and things like that, whatever. But anyway, yeah, this is like way too realistic looking. This is not the hand painted style I want to go for. I want to go for something that looks a lot more closer to this, right? Like this level of detail, so like much less. But Substance Painter also has a really cool filter that's new. This stylized filter, and I haven't played with like any of this really yet. I just saw this somewhere. And that already like helps a lot, but let's go turn off some stuff on here. Like, how do we actually do that? Can we even do that? Like, how do I turn off? Can I not? I want to turn off like normal map. Oh, there's an add filter right there. I could have just done that. I wonder if that changes things. Does it change how it works? We drag that filter on here. Yes. Okay, that helps. But how do I like modify it though? I know there's a way to like turn off like the normal map on this. I just don't know how to do it. Like, why is there not like a details panel for this? Like, you select this, then you have like details underneath, like all the stuff you want to change. Yeah, I know if you use like a smart material. Like, let's just filter for smart materials. Take this off. I do the wrong thing. Smart masks. I want smart materials. And we did like fabric here. And there's a way to like copy this mask, right? Copy mask. Create or add black mask, paste into mask. There we go. Then we get rid of this. Now this has like a folder with all of our stuff in here, and we can click one of these. Wait, actually, am I missing something? I was just doing this yesterday, and when you clicked on one of these, it like had a drop down with a bunch of information on it. I must be missing a window. Display settings, shader settings. Nope. Properties? Yeah, I think this is it. No, this is just properties for... Yeah, so here it is. Okay. Hold on, let's try this again, because now I'm just curious. This is like the issue. Where's our fabric? Okay, here's our fabric. Put this in here. Add black mask. Sorry, we're learning today, so it's going to be a lot of this. Paste into mask. Okay, there's our mask. I click here. There we go. We can turn off our height. There you go. Now we just have texture. That's what we want. We can turn off color if we wanted to. Roughness. We don't want that. Metal. Yeah. Normal. So there's our normal map. We don't want that. Or the height. Cool. And then we can come in here and change the fabric color. Right? How easy is this to like mask out like new colors and stuff? And then I think, I know like we have the smart material in here, but I think we can add that filter now. Filter. Drop this in. And now we have like a stylization on it that we can like play with. Yeah, now we can change all this stuff in here. Let's make this bigger so we can see it better. I guess I just realized I can't see. There we go. Is Kindred more of a programmer? I have a degree in art. I do not have any sort of formal training in programming. So I would say I'm probably more of a 3D artist than anything. However, my 3D art has been limited for the last like 6 or 7 years to just low poly work. So this is I'm like way out of my wheelhouse with this already. But that's okay. I would say the art does not look good yet, but the plan is that it will. I hope. I'm also like I'm trying to emulate a very similar style to 2004 like MMO art, right? Sort of, in a way. Because we could do like more modern day, like a more modern day workflow or whatever, and probably still use like hand painted stuff. But I really like the idea of like using the old like there's a reason that 40 people were able to knock out like World of Warcraft in such a short time. And like only a handful of people were doing like, you know, like art like this. Most of them were probably programmers, you know, or like level design and stuff like that. So yeah, I just feel like if they could do it back then with very limited software, I'm sure they were just painting textures on flat planes then. I know I can find a workflow that's going to be really fast and efficient using Substance and like modern day tools that will let me replicate their style, their like art style, similar art style, hopefully a little better, hopefully a little less like, you know, early 2000s, and a little more detail maybe, pretty quickly. That's the plan. The banners below the stream look great. Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, that's all me. That's all like quick UI stuff through like a vector art program. But yeah, I'm definitely more of an artist, I think, but it kind of depends. The real news is the Hytale return. Oh yeah, I'm actually really excited about that. For a while, I was actually really glad that Hytale was kind of not coming out yet because it was direct competition for Swords and Magic for a while. But now the Swords and Magic is pretty much dead. And like old news, I'm actually pretty hyped that Hytale is now going to come out. It's exciting. Anyway, so yeah, we have the stylization filter. We can choose different presets. Let's just go to Painterly. Like, I don't think this looks very good. Like turn up these sliders to like change things, but I don't know what they do. That does like nothing. Brush strokes. There's a lot of things in here we can change. This is waves. Let's do spots. Clouds. I'm not really like seeing anything. Let's just try a different preset. Let's do colorized. This is a lot. What's going on with this? What if we turn our strokes down? Like this already looks more painted. This looks cool. I don't know if it's what we're looking for, but it looks cool. It also doesn't look anything like the texture that was underneath it either, so maybe this is not a good preset. But I feel like if we can find a good preset that works for this, like this kind of looks hand painted, but I don't know, it just kind of looks like wispy. Like it looks like it's trying to look like fur. It's not really what we're going for here, right? Like we go back down to 0 stylization. Oh, okay, so we could just turn it up a little bit maybe. Maybe we just like turn up the scale on the, like the detail on the thing too. We have multiple strokes. What if we do single stroke? We can probably like save the parameters that on this though and like plug it in. If we can just like have like these layers, we can just save somehow. I don't know if we can do that, like combine these, whatever, and then just be like, okay, well this is going to be cotton fabric, so we just slap this on and then we mask it out, and then that section is like done, and then we can just like paint anything extra we want on top of it. That's great. That'll save us a ton of time. Smoothness. Just look like we're just turning on and off again. It also takes a second for it to like do its thing. These are like so subtle. I don't know. I don't think it looks bad. It just doesn't look like, yeah, starting development of MMO just feel like that first character load in WoW. Yeah, a little bit. So I'm mostly excited to get to the point where I can like start like making like armor sets and like putting in like spawners and enemies and like writing quests, right? That's when it's gonna feel like I'm actually making a game. At this stage, it's more like technical stuff, and honestly, this is the part that I think is like the most boring part of making a game, when you're like trying to figure out what is the art flow or the art pipeline going to be. How do I like we want to make a bunch of different character races, right? So like, how are we going to like build those in a way so they can all use the same armor? How do we make sure we have like enough like variation and like detail and stuff like that in the game? So there's a lot of like little things like that like, yeah, it'll just be tough to like figure out, but once we have it figured out, it'll be easier. Things will get better. Systems build out is going to be heavy. Yeah, but luckily most of the system stuff is handled by Moz, and he's already got a bunch of stuff done. Like, in fact, here maybe I can show this off today. Hold on, he just sent me a video. Yeah, this is the loading system he's working on. So we've already got like as you get closer, like more and more enemy spawns like start popping in. Anyway, this is kind of difficult to visualize what's happening here. But basically, he's built like this cool grid system that uses cells essentially to determine where players are loaded and when they're not loaded, so we can turn on and off spawners, which is going to save a ton of performance for the server, among other things that he's working on. Yeah, there's Moz in chat. He can explain it better probably, but Moz says he's insane, and he is. Yeah, he's already like going ham on this. Like, he's got all kinds of stuff worked up. So yeah, this is one of many features. Where's the other video? This one. Oh, this is just the nav mesh one, I think. Yeah. Hold on, there's another video. I thought there was another video. Yeah, so this is how we're gonna build. Okay, yeah, so this is a good example. So essentially we're gonna be able to create like spawn zones or like zone bounds or whatever, like this. So like this will be like the zone. So like this would be like a whole zone in the game. Like, okay, let's add a new zone. This is gonna be levels 10 to 20 zone or whatever. This will be wetlands or whatever. So we like would map out where we want the zone to be in the actual physical world. And then inside that we can put in subzones. Like this could be like an orc camp, for example. And then within the orc camp, we can put in like, these were like elite spawn or whatever, right? And each one of these is just like kind of the same thing, but they're like nested within each other. And then they'll override each other's spawn. So this big zone right here, we can say like, okay, the wetlands, we want alligators and like frogs to spawn or whatever, right? And we can just have it spawn at a certain like density or whatever, wherever we want. And then it'll just spawn enemies there. And then it'll only spawn enemies when players are within like the bounds of that like grid space or whatever, right? So like this whole thing's like already built and set up and I think mostly working. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff being done already on the back end. All the multiplayer stuff is pretty much already like working. Like I'm pretty sure we're really close anyway to having like Steam authentication, so we can just log in via Steam and play. Yeah, and then I think once Moz has got like spawning stuff done, I'm sure he's gonna want to like fight enemies. So that'll probably be, I'm sure combat stuff will be coming in soon. It's an MMO logic grid synced up to the world partition grid that the server can use to enable and disable regions in the world, throttle down AI and stuff. Yep, it's all fun back end stuff. So what is this? Replace? Is that what that is? Must be. Anyway. Interesting. Whatever. Let's try a different material. Let's see. Let's just mask out more of this guy, and then we'll see if we can. Let's do some pants. So we're gonna set up a new layer. Let's do leather. I guess this is fine. Give him some leather pants. All right, so we'll add a black mask, and then we want to use UV fill. Great. Let's do polygon fill. Switch this to black. I got these polygons here. Beautiful. There's his pants. It does clip through his belt a little bit. I wonder if we should move that belt up in the model. Probably. Well, I guess maybe. Yeah, we're gonna have to. Interesting. These polygons are huge. We should maybe just put another edge loop through there. Anyway, whatever, doesn't matter. Okay, and then we have that's all masked out now. Let's add a new one. Let's just like duplicate this one. Duplicate layers, and then we'll wait, what? Oh yeah, never mind, that worked. Yeah, and then we'll make this his boots. Actually, let's just use this part for his boots, or we'll do this. Good. And then we'll call this boots. Once we have like a base for this, by the way, like, well, I don't know actually if we can use like a base. Let's change the color of this one first. I think we're gonna have to do some painting. I don't know if we're gonna get this to a point where we can just mask this out. Like, I don't know. Like if we look at WoW gear, like this is all pretty detailed. You know, like it's got lots of like detail in it, and this is probably newer than classic WoW. This is definitely not like a classic armor, but still, there's still a lot of detail in here that like is painted in. Like I don't know. I just don't think we can do like just masked out materials. Like this is gonna look super boring. I don't know why the scroll wheel doesn't just zoom. That seems nuts to me that they don't have that. Anyway, I don't know. Obviously, we don't want to just, you know, this guy doesn't want to just be like in a knitted sweater, right? Like we want to actually make it look like armor. But I do worry, like, it won't be hard for me to like pull up reference and just kind of like, you know, base my painting on that. But still, is this just a waste of time like masking this all out? Is this just going to be easier to open it up in like 3D coat and just start painting it? Glad you have some dedicated, someone dedicated to building the whole infrastructure. Yeah. I'm currently whiteboarding out the logic for a system, and you can only imagine the initial notes for an MMO backend. Yeah, I don't know if we even have many notes. I don't know. Let's add this. Like, I don't even think if we add the stylization to like the pants, we'll just add them to the boots. I guess it doesn't matter. I don't think we're gonna see. Can we copy this? Can I just paste it on here? Oh, yep, I can. Well, yeah, I didn't see anything. So the boots, it just added like this weird effect to it. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, I'm sure part of this is just because like it's only one color, so like what are you supposed to do with that, you know? Wood. I was gonna say it doesn't look bad, but then like his left boot, I just realized is like really light. I don't know what's up with that. It might just be the actual leather too. Oh, you can have multiple layers of the stylization too. That's kind of interesting. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I was really hoping we could just kind of like throw on some like more realistic looking stuff and then throw on a stylized filter and like just make it look good. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think this is gonna have to be hand painted. Which has me questioning this entire thing. I don't mind the idea of hand painting it, and maybe it's fine with like recolors and like adjustments and stuff. Maybe it's gonna be fine, especially if we just keep things in like really tight with like a lot of layers. So like we add straps, whatever, that's just a layer. We can just easily just go in and make a variation where we just turn off the straps and add in like some plate armor or something, you know. Or we add in like some gems or whatever and just add the, you can just turn that off pretty easy and change it to like something else, you know. Maybe we can actually like make our own like hand painted textures, like looping, like repeating textures. Like I wonder if we can just look up like. I mean, it's hard to find textures for like armor and stuff. It's always like bricks or grass or wood. Sorry, I'm just looking at textures to see if I can like just grab something and throw it in here and put a filter on it and see if it would look good, but I'm not really confident in this filter idea anymore. Maybe? We're stealing some art really quick. Don't worry, we're not going to use it. Can I import resources? Can we just throw this in as like a layer? Yes. Okay, we have chainmail. Let's add the stylization to it. I think it's gonna totally like just override it, but yeah, that doesn't look like chainmail at all anymore. Oh, I thought I was gonna crash substance for a second. We can probably turn the stylization down a little bit. Even that still doesn't look like chainmail at all. Let's try, like, just hand painted maybe. I don't know. I don't really understand what the stylization is like trying to do. Maybe this is just not a good way to go at all. And this isn't a very hand painted texture either that I'm using, so. That's also crooked, but that's the texture. I can rotate it though, I think. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I think for a hand painted look, we're just gonna have to hand paint it, you know? I don't know if there's gonna be too many shortcuts here. Maybe a bit geo in intricate shape language to supplement masked materials. Let lighting add depth. Like the tile, or like the title. Thanks. WoW did that a bunch. They throw down a tiling base texture, then do hand painted lighting and detail pass on top for non-hero props. I have a friend that previously was hired specifically to build tiling textures for the prop team at Blizzard around the Cataclysm era. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe I was already thinking about that. Maybe it's like a good idea just to go through and say, well, I want to make like a leather material. I want a, and we can make like smart materials out of these too. So we can have like a grayscale like texture or whatever. And then we just do like a color underneath of it. And we like build this into smart materials for substance. We can just throw on like a hand painted looking like leather material for pants or whatever, right? For like for gloves or whatever. But then we'd have to go in and like still paint on top of them. Let's go. Okay, we're opening WoW again. I just want to like look at just like base level like gear. It's hard to find that kind of stuff on when you Google it, because it's always like, this is endgame gear, and you can't find anything that's like, I want to see like level 1 hunter gear. Like I just want to see like simple stuff. Let's turn off, let's pause our music because this is gonna have music. Let's go make a new character. We're gonna make a human rogue. Let's do male so we can see the texture a little better. Random name, accept. Enter world. What's up, Starcat? Welcome in. Favorite dev friend is streaming. You've gigantified some emotes. How are you? But yeah, maybe if we just have if we just like make like a little library of like hand painted textures that I paint myself in like Procreate, which is great because then I can do my painting in Procreate, and we can just like layer that on, then maybe we can make this work. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can literally just go in like with my tablet and like map out like or like mask out areas we want to put things to. Pay no attention to all my UI stuff. Why is this not closing? Okay. Yeah, so this, I guess I could have looked at this level 1 gear from the title screen, right? But this has like, okay, so we already have like wrinkles, right? That's obvious. And then we're obviously like, you know, kind of adding detail here by like adding different layers and some stitching, right? Different like bands of fabric or whatever. So like making a simple like hand painted like leather texture that looks like this would be fine. That's easy. And then we would add in like the like this kind of stuff, and we could honestly make like a base layer that we just snap on to that just does this already. Like we could just paint on like clothing wrinkles or whatever, and then we just or like make that a texture set, and we just throw that on too. It would like fit over the top of all the clothing, and then we could just mask out the parts we don't want. The WoW texture is so bad, muddy. It looks like they were made in 5 seconds. Yeah, and they probably were, right? They had a small team and they had to make hundreds of these things. So like this is what I'm saying is like this like I want to be a little higher quality than this. Like we can go higher resolution textures in this, but I'm not looking to like blow the quality out of the water. Like I actually really like the quality of like I think that the texture quality. Come on, Unreal, wake up. The texture quality for like these guys is fine. Like look at it. It's not great. These were also painted in like 5 seconds, right? Like look at this quality. Like if you look at like the detail on this, like it's pretty bad, right? But when you see it from like this distance, like it looks fine. Same with these guys. Like the quality here is really good when you look at it up close, or when you like see it from further away. I mean, like it looks great. When you look up close, it's like, yeah, this is clearly like just thrown together. Like these are just a bunch of like little white like noodles, you know. But like from back here, it's like, oh yeah, this is obvious like rice, or obviously like rice or something, or grain. I think most sets were 512 res at the time. I think it was less than that, to be honest with you. Maybe. Yeah, no, yeah, I think 512 is probably right. Even like the character skins are probably like 512. Like the, yeah. Like, look at this, guys. Like he's got the same pants that I do, right? We have the same pants on. Yeah, it's like, it's literally just like, it's super quick, like rough and dirty, just hand painted textures. Like, I mean, like I could paint like some like chain like this, right? Like chainmail. Like this looks like it's supposed to be chainmail, right? Even though it's clearly just like a grid. This would be super easy to just paint on really quick. So we could just make like a layered texture we throw on, and then we just mask out where we want it and paint stuff over the top of it. Like I think, yeah, and it is all mirrored. I'm not gonna do, we're not doing mirrored. I've got everything UV'd, so I don't have to do mirrors, because I want to do like straps across the chest and stuff like that. That isn't mirrored. But everything in WoW is mirrored, in Classic anyway. And I'm, again, like I think we can do better. Like I'm not trying to like, but this is like the minimum quality, right? If we can get this minimum quality, I'm happy with that. But I think we can do better. This dude's just got like a vest on. I actually wonder. I think they're doing the same thing. Like look at the pants and look where the creases are in like the groin area. I think they're the same. It's hard to tell because it's like you have to like highlight them to like get it to pop. I think they have the same highlights. So I think they did the same thing. I think they have like a cloth crease, whatever layer they just dropped on, and then just painted over the top of that. Or they just, maybe what they did is they just have like a basic, like here's some pants, and they just drop that in as like their base, and then they just paint on top of it, and they use the same base for both of these instead of like having like an alpha layer or something like that. Yeah. They're implying expectation, not perfecting it. Yes. 256 was standard for the longest time. Yeah, I think it wouldn't surprise me if these were 256. They're pretty low quality. Then you have a level 35 here. And like even the level 35, I mean, this is a gnome, so his texture is going to be skewed a little bit, but like his quality is like, I don't know, it's definitely better, but it's still not great. I think it's just all about like the elements. It's not really about like the quality of the design or the quality of the painting work. It's more about like just the elements they've added in there. Oh, this guy has sleeves. We did not do like poofy sleeve mesh like this. All of our sleeves are going to be, I didn't think about that for robes either. I have to add that in. Right? We're probably going to want some like sleeves like that. Yes. Yeah, yeah, this is all, in fact, a lot of the assets started like even came from Warcraft 3, I think, and then they like updated like the textures and stuff to be seeing better up close. But like look at all this stuff, it's so mirrored. Like all this is obviously mirrored. They didn't even paint a doorknob on this thing. I don't think I've ever looked at this close. Or any of these things up this close. And players won't either, right? That's the thing. Players in WoW literally play from this far away. You're like you don't notice any of the details. You notice that there's armbands around his arm, and you notice that he's wearing black and red, and you're like, cool, let's go. That's it, you know? Like I've seen this warrior outfit, this level 1 warrior outfit a million times, but I've never like looked at the details of it. So like I don't know. I think we're really I think I'm probably like really overthinking this. I think we can just slap on some quick and dirty textures. And then I'm like, okay, I already made a warrior outfit. Let's just duplicate that one and then make some changes to it for like another version of it. Early WoW development builds are really cool to look at or look through. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've seen some of like the early alpha stuff. It's crazy. It's crazy how far they came. Why does this guy look so much like a monk? Level 10. That's like that's got to be the best looking like level 10 gear I've ever seen from a character. That's quite impressive. Yeah, even like the plate armor, like they don't use, do they use like a metallic? Like obviously they weren't using like PBR, right? But like this looks shiny and I can't tell if it's just painted on. I think it's just painted on, yeah. And I don't think we'll do that. Like we can paint highlights on and like edgeware and stuff if we decide to, but I think we'll use PBR. I think I'm gonna use like material, like metal masking and roughness masks. This guy's got like a, honestly, okay, so he definitely has like chainmail on. It honestly doesn't look too much worse than our chainmail, right? Like our chainmail might even look better. I mean, this is garbage that I just grabbed from the internet, but so this does look worse, but yeah, I think we just hand paint it. I think we hand paint it and we're just gonna be quick and dirty about it. As I go, I'll get better and better. And that kind of makes sense. Honestly, that's one thing I really liked about Swords and Magic, is that the further we went into development, the better I got at making like cooler looking weapons and cooler looking like armor and like stuff like that, right? Like my skills increased, and so the stuff in the game looked cooler and got better and like better designed. Enemies got more interesting to fight, stuff like that, right? Because we learned more and we developed more stuff. And honestly, in like it's so crazy that works like that, but like it just works perfectly for that, especially in MMO, right? Like the textures are going to start out pretty shoddy looking, and that's fine because they're going to be level 1 like gear. Like we'll just kind of design our gear from level 1 up to higher levels, so by the time we start doing high level stuff that's supposed to look cool, I'll be much more versed in like the workflow and we'll have much cooler looking textures. And that's it, right? I think we just hand paint it. I know it's gonna be a lot of work, but like we'll get faster at it. And if we need to, if for some reason this takes off and we're actually like gonna finish this game one day, maybe we'll actually have the money to like hire another texture artist to come in and supplement. You know, there's a lot of textures artists out there who are like making like Blizzard like stuff that are really good, right? That are looking for work, right? Like tons of people out there want to work at Blizzard and they can't. But I guarantee that if they found out there was like a WoW like MMO that and they could get hired on, you know, like we probably have a lot of interest. Yeah, she's got the exact same pants, right? They just threw some buttons on the side. Oh, yeah, like I think it's just going to be all about like design. I don't think there's going to be crazy. I think it's fine. It's so implied, so much implied detail, and that's all hand painting is anyway. It's all just implied detail. Look at the grass, the textures though. My God, they're so bad. Early WoW had 0 lighting. It was all baked, and no, they have lighting. Wait, right? Am I crazy? There's lighting. Like look at the shadows on the fence posts and stuff. Look, you can see like lighting right here. I don't know if the characters are lit though. Yeah, the character's lit. Look, you can see it on my arm. Yeah, there's lighting. It's just they don't have, and they, you know what, they actually do have metal. Look at the blade. It's not PBR. It's not like physically based materials, but they definitely do have like at least like a roughness thing. Cause your weapons do shine. Anyway. Also, I've been thinking about this because I've been watching a lot of WoW streams, and I think I'm gonna start streaming WoW like at night, like legitimately. Like I'm gonna like start like actually like make it like part of like a big part of the stream. The reason is because I was thinking about this, and I like playing WoW, and I've been playing a lot lately, and I think if I just did like a hardcore run first of all, I think that's how you get like the most tension when you're streaming, because it's like at any minute I could just die and then it's all over, right? And that's like really exciting content, whatever. Two, like not only am I playing WoW anyway, not like consistently like I would if I was streaming it. I'd be playing a lot more consistently if I was streaming it, like 2 or 3 days a week, but maybe even 4 days a week. I don't know. I could do shorter streams. I could do late night streams, whatever. But the thing is, I'd be building an audience of players who play World of Warcraft Classic, right? We'd be bringing in more people who play this game, the game we're kind of trying to emulate with our own game, right? And then I can start posting clips or whatever on YouTube or whatever and building an audience. I'll probably make a new YouTube channel. I don't think I'll subject all of our 35,000 subscribers to World of Warcraft content. And then one day I can drop a big YouTube video and be like, I play a lot of WoW, as you know, because you watch this channel for my WoW content. Hopefully I have, some followers on there. And then I can announce that we're making MMO, our own MMO, right? And then I can link people to my actual like dev account where I can drop trailers and devlogs and stuff, right? I just feel like it's a really good idea. What's up, Craftist? I think it's a good idea. It's a good marketing like strategy, right? Like it's got to be like one of the easiest marketing strategies, because I get to just play a game and like build up my name in the WoW community, especially right now because Burning Crusade is coming. It's like right around the corner, and I feel like this is a good time to start building up toward like that big launch and everything. And then when we're ready, like, and I have an audience, then we can just announce our game. And I feel like we have like a built-in player base like already who's like, yes, I'll test this. This looks awesome, right? And then we can also like ask for feedback from directly from players. Is this solo dev? No, it's me and mostly 2 of us. There's a third person. He's been kind of AFK lately. I don't know if he's still interested or not, but he's been handling more back-end stuff, setting up our server and stuff. Playing WoW is like so 2005. Well, yes, but I watch a couple streamers who get like 6,000 to 8,000 viewers every stream, and they're playing classic WoW. I'm not saying it's easy to pull in those numbers. I'm sure most people playing are gonna have like 15 viewers, and that's probably where we're gonna sit too. But that's okay. The point is just like growing an audience of actual gamers and not just devs, because that's one thing I learned with Swords of Magic the hard way, is that we streamed development, which was cool, and I'm glad we did, but like 90% of the people who were watching us were not there to play the game, right? They were like and like everyone who watched the devlogs too, they weren't there to buy the game and play it. They were there to watch the journey because they wanted to be on that journey too. So they were essentially living vicariously or learning things, because I was teaching stuff too. So like that's what they were doing. So Zaryu is killing on classic, just questing. Yeah, exactly. I love Zaryu. I watch him every day. So that's what I'm saying. Like I feel like there's an audience to be had there, and the audience translates perfectly, like, or directly 1-to-1 to players who would also play my game, right? Our game. So I'm a back end kind of guy. Yeah. I'm not sure if that was a joke. Anyway, his ultra hardcore runs are dope to follow. Yeah, I will not be doing ultra. I don't have the game sense he does. Like there's sometimes where he just like walks into a new zone and he's like I can kill these guys, and just immediately starts killing them, and I wouldn't have a clue. I'd be like, well, let's try to kill these guys, and if I get low, then I'll run. Like it would probably be entertaining to watch me play it ultra, but also I wouldn't make it to level 20. I think I do have the game sense to make it to level 20, because I know the content pretty well. For Alliance anyway, from like Elwyn Forest, Westfall, Red Ridge. I know that content pretty well. Anything past that though, like even like going into like Duskwood and stuff, I'd be like not really remembering exactly what level these quests are and like what I should be doing here. So anyway, look at this sword. This thing is nuts. Look how long this sword is. Why is this sword so long? Does that seem like crazy long to anyone else? Why is it so big? Anyway, I really want to play now, but we're not playing. I love this game. It's crazy. Anyway, so yeah, that's WoW. I think I think we just paint the textures, guys. I think we just do it like they did it back then. You know, we have better technology now, and I can like easily reuse textures. Like, I think we should paint them in a way. I don't think we're gonna use Substance. I think we're just gonna use 3D Coat. I think 3D Coat's way better for painting. Right? Here's one problem. Yesterday I was painting with my tablet, or the day before. Because I have this awesome Huion tablet, right? That I got for free, sponsored, everything. It was awesome. This isn't sponsored, but I was sponsored. How I got it free. It's great. The problem is that it has to be plugged into the wall, and I am completely like, I'm out of sockets to plug it into. So I had to unplug my camera yesterday to paint, because that was the easiest one to get to. So I could unplug a monitor and paint, or I can use my old tablet that doesn't have a screen on it and just paint on this one so you guys can see me painting, because I'm probably going to be doing a lot of that on stream. I'm going to have to, and that's fine. It's going to take me a little bit longer to like get warmed up, to like feel more confident painting on stream, but who cares? It's fine. You guys are used to me struggling and learning things on stream, so that's what we're gonna do. My team was 3D Coat. What? In 2004, I don't think so. I don't think painting on models, on 3D models, came around until like 2016, 18 maybe. Because when I was in school, no, maybe that was actually a thing when I was in school. Yeah, it was. So yeah, right, maybe like 2010 then. There's no way they're using 3D Coat painting, and they were not. There's no way they were painting on 3D models. I bet you they were painting flat UVs. Let's ask GPT. Because GPT never lies. Always. Yeah, 3D Coat did not exist in 2004. It came out in 2008. And that was extremely early and not widely used at all. Blizzard painted everything in 2D first, then checked the model in the proprietary internal tools. Yep. Exactly how we did Swords of Magic, yeah. Everything was 2D, was painted 2D. Probably not the beginning. Oh yeah, no, yeah. For sure right now, 100% they're using either 3D Coat or some other proprietary stuff. Yeah, 100% they are. I had props class at AIOC. I don't know what that is. Taught by a WoW artist, and it was basically just a 3D Coat class. Yeah, okay. Yeah, back in the day, even so, when I started getting into 3D art, I was getting into it trying to learn to do hand painted textures like Blizzard did, right? Because I loved that before I went to school. And I was watching a bunch of YouTube videos on hand painted textures by a guy who worked on Classic WoW, on the original WoW team. And that's where he learned all of his stuff. And his stuff was good. He knew what he was doing. But it definitely had a very it was very much WoW, and it was very much old school WoW. It was not like anything modern at all. And it was 100% Photoshop. Like, it was just painting in Photoshop or whatever app you had available. And then he would drop his stuff into a 3D modeling program or whatever to check it, so, or an engine. So yeah, it's definitely started in 2D, and now I'm sure they're using 3D Coat. So here's the thing: we have $300 out of the $450 we need. I have the extra money. I can spend it. We have, anytime we get donations or Patreon or whatever, it goes into my PayPal account, and then that just gets used for dev stuff, or anything I need for like the office or whatever that's like studio related. So I have the money in there for that. We can buy it, because I cannot paint a texture that's going to be used anywhere until we pay for that software in 3D Coat anyway. I can paint it in here. I can paint in Substance and start working from here, but I just don't, I don't know. I love like the smart materials from Substance, and I do like the idea of just like slapping on like a base like material and stuff, but looking at WoW stuff, like, I don't think that they did that. I think they probably used, I'm sure they took like a base, like, here's some pajamas or whatever, and then they just duplicated that and then painted like more stuff on top of it. But I don't think they were using layers and like base textures and stuff. Not for that. I'm sure that's how they did like environments and stuff. Luckily and hopefully we don't have to do a ton of environment work, but if we do, we're going to try to reuse assets. In fact, I want to look at that. I wanted to see if these guys are using like yep, looks like they are. Yeah. So it looks like they're just using, yep. Perfect. So we can literally, like, if I need to make a new platform or something, or, you know, a watchtower or something, we'll just use their textures and UV everything to that. And that's super easy to do. Is this using the same one? MI wood 05, wood planks 03. I don't like this one. This is too much. This is too low poly for what we want. So we probably won't use. This is from a village pack that has a whole bunch of things. Like some of this is okay. I don't know. Like it does feel very like, this does feel like classic WoW, right? Like this one looks fine. I don't mind this one for some reason. It's this one I don't like. It's just too low poly, too janky looking. And I don't know why I'm okay with this one. Probably just because this one's gonna be up in the air where players don't really like look at it, right? Like no players are gonna be in here. Like that's gonna be like on a building. But yeah, I don't even know if we'll be using these buildings. They might just be too low poly for me. I like that they put out some of these. Well, yeah, I like that some of these tiles are 3D. They don't have doors. I assume that means that we attach our own. Which means these don't have interiors. Also, these doors are a little small. These are all meant to be top down. Like I'm pretty sure these are all designed to like be seen from like up here. But that's okay, because we're probably be playing the game from like here, right? I don't know. I don't hate these. These might be good for placeholders for now. These might just be the first assets we put in. Oh, assets started in Warcraft 3. Yeah, 1999 development starts with an initial prototype created using the Warcraft 3 engine. Yep. Art Institute, Orange County. Got it. Like 10 minutes from Blizzard campus. So they treated it like a feeder program for their internships. That's awesome. Most of the senior art classes were hand painted focus. Got it. Which had its pros and cons. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. When I went into school, I was expecting more hand painted WoW stuff, and I ended up learning like AAA, like a lot of procedural textures, a lot of we spent a lot of time in 3D Substance Designer and stuff like that, and Substance Painter and like baking maps and everything. And I was like, I'm glad I know this stuff, but also like I don't ever plan on working on a game that does this stuff, so I don't know. And I actually did use it a lot early on. I worked for a couple people, did like some freelance stuff right out of school, and I did end up using all those tools a lot. But then like, and there's a workflow there, like there's a quick workflow there for like realistic stuff or like semi-realistic art, where you can just like model something as like high poly or even low poly, or sculpt something high poly or whatever, and then like decimate it or whatever to get a low poly, or retop it, whatever you want to do. And then you just quickly bake it in Substance, and then you just slap on some materials and some like edgeware stuff, and you're done. Like you're finished. Like your asset's done. But then you have like, that's like a hero asset too, so like it's not super versatile for like environment work and stuff like that. Anyway, I don't know. I like this though. I think it'll work. I kind of want to start doing the level design stuff, but I also feel like we should just get like some gameplay in first. Like I don't want to waste a bunch of time doing level design and then put gameplay in and then find out like this isn't gonna work, it's gonna be way too much work, or like we can't get it feeling good, or like someone like Moz just decides he doesn't want to work on this because he doesn't want to spend the next 10 years hanging out with me, you know, something like that. So like And I can't do this solo. There's no way, right? That's why I went to Moz first. I was like, I can't do like the technical side of this. I know I can't. We're probably gonna buy a bunch of like, speaking of technical stuff, like I don't like doing tech art either. That's definitely not my wheelhouse. So it's gonna be, we're probably gonna be buying a lot of like particle effects and stuff too. But anyway, yeah. I really do like these assets. Oh, where'd they go? I think these are gonna look really good. But we just gotta make sure our textures on our characters match this like quality. And that, I think that'll be fine. I think I'll just try to keep like these screenshots up or whatever, or like, I'll probably end up just buying these packs like the next couple days. We can throw them in. I think these are gonna look so good. I'm excited. But yeah, I don't want to, I'm trying really hard not to like get into like content creation yet until we've like established what our workflow is going to be, you know, like I want to just get into, I'm also a little tempted to like, I don't know. Moz and I agreed. We're not going to worry about different races, but part of me is like, I feel like I've got to get, I guess they can wait. Like the frog, right? Like, so what I got to do is I got to match their UVs up. And then in their UV set, we can just have a new spot for, or we'll just like cut off the UVs, whatever, at the bottom of the boots. So we'll only see the tops of the boots for frogs, right? For the toadkin. And then their feet will just always show. You're just going to have to deal with having the dogs out all the time, I guess. But that'll be fine. And then same with like the gloves, like yeah, I think the gloves will just work. Just have to make sure the UVs work. They're gonna be a little stretched, right? Like that's just how it's gonna have to be. But yeah, toadkins are gonna be our orcs, I guess. A lot of the design depends on these systems for placement and stuff. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, like yeah, I mean, like I could start working in level design and just thinking about where we wanted to put that stuff. That'd be fine. But I just don't want to dive into that yet. And again, I'm not trying to rush you, Oz. Like, take your time. You're doing God's work over there. like the stuff you're doing is absolutely necessary to like making a successful like game. So I'm not trying to rush that at all. I don't want to like get too stuck into like building out like quest designs and all that stuff until like we actually have gameplay in. Plus, like I think there's still like something to be said about like, or there's still like a lot of design work to like, and like just like talking through how exactly we want to like lay out quests and stuff. Like, do we want to do things like escort quests? Do we want to have like quests like WoW where you just walk around and talk to people with exclamation points and pick up quests? Or do we want to do something more dynamic? Or like, so I was thinking the other day, I love the movie Onward, Disney's Onward. Is it Disney Pixar? I don't know. I think it is. Yeah. That's like one of my favorite like animated movies. I love it, and my kids love it, so like we watch it a lot. But like, it's very much D&D kind of oriented, like, right? Like obviously the creators played D&D, not just like RPGs. But if you look at like a quest in an MMO, it's like, I've lost my pocket watch. I probably dropped it in the garden. Go dig it up, and then you dig it up, and like undead, like skeletons, you know, wake up and fight you, right? You have to get a pocket watch drop from them, right? And sure, I guess that's a quest, but like then you compare that to like the quests that they go on in like Onward, and that's like, you know, I mean, they boil it down to 2 hours, but it took them like 2 days to do that quest, right? They go clear across the whole like city and like out of the city and up like this mountain, and then they follow like this underground trail and all this stuff, like, right? Like it's like a quest. It's like a quest that you'd find in like, you know, that's like old school like fantasy quest, right? And I wondered, like, maybe we design our quests around something more like that and less so around, you know, recovering a pocket watch someone lost in their garden, right? I wonder if there's like a way to incorporate like 2 different types of quests, like 2 different levels of quests. So you have like tasks or jobs or favors or whatever, and then you have quests, right? And that's when you like are sent to through like multiple zones, and it's like a whole long quest chain thing, and it's like this epic adventure, right? And maybe like all the tasks in a zone sort of lead up to that quest or whatever. I mean, not all of them, but there's like a bunch of little subtasks, whatever. And then like when you go to leave a zone, there's like a quest to do, and that's when you go to the next zone or whatever. And it's like this whole epic thing, and that leads you to the next set of tasks or whatever. I don't know. I feel like there could be something along those lines. I do think that the like quest chains in WoW are amazing. I think some of the like long-winded ones that have like a really cool reward at the end are like, that's some of the best content in WoW, and I really want to emulate some of that stuff too. So that's another thing, is like we just need to like be thinking about what sort of vibes and feeling we want to have before we start diving into like building content. And then so like that's what happened with Swords of Magic, right? We built a system that we could basically do fetch quests. So we just built like 20 fetch quests on Azura because we needed content. And then like 3 months later, we had a new system that we could do, you know, kill quests, and then we could do other quests, right? But by that time, like we'd already filled out all the content on Azura. So we just kept cramming more and more stuff in because we had new features to play with. And I'm afraid of doing that. I don't want to run into that same thing. Oh my God, it is Tim Ruswick. I found a weird bug. Steam won't let me buy your game twice. What gives? Sure you can. You just have to gift it to someone the second time. Tim, how's it going, man? From YouTube even. I've been seeing a lot of Tim Ruswick videos lately, and that's been pretty cool. I've also been seeing a lot of random pictures of a super cute baby. That's from Jana's phone though. More so than the internet. Loophole? Yeah, it's a loophole, but it works though. Anyway, yeah, so like, yeah, with Swords of Magic, we really like kind of screw ourselves with that. And that's why Azura is like so packed with content. And like, that's why Hope Harbor has so many stupid quests that people get really overwhelmed with, because we just made a bunch of stupid quests in the beginning until we had more options. Oh yeah, she's cuter than me. I mean, I'm not going to argue with that. Tim, are you planning on streaming again soon? I feel like you've been working up to it. I refuse to moderate for you because I already know how that's going to turn around. You thinking about it? Cool. Or you want to, I guess. You didn't say you were thinking about it. You said you want to. What's holding you back? Time? That's my biggest thing, is like, now that Jana's working, it's like the days where I'm not streaming, I'm like, cool, now I can get all my stuff done. And then Jana's like, actually, hi, it's my turn to work. You got like all day yesterday in the office. Now it's my turn. And then she needs like focus time, so I have to go watch Quinn. So it's like, I need to start getting more stuff done on my stream days, but it's hard for me to focus on stream. Yeah, being jobless and stuff though. Yeah, oh yeah, I guess that might put a damper on things, huh? That does kind of change things. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah. How's that going? You have any prospects? You're doing the dev pods thing, right? How's that coming along? Is that what it's called? Dev pods? Tim's doing this thing for everyone else who's not up to date on this. Where you join a group of devs, or just, let me try to explain this better. There's like a hub where you can browse a bunch of games that are being worked on by teams, and then join one of them, I guess. I haven't actually seen the website to know how this works. 7 games in progress, and we're making lots of cool stuff. That is awesome. Anyway, you can like apply to join one of them or whatever. I think you just opt in and it just works, right? And you just jump in, and there's like a list of tasks you can do, and you just start working on a game. And that game's gonna be completed either by you or the rest of the team or someone else eventually. It's a really cool concept, and it basically gives you a really like simple and like streamlined way, and like almost like consequence free way of like jumping into a game and actually finishing a game and getting your name on it. It's pretty awesome. It's not growing fast enough for like revenue, but we're making cool stuff. I mean, that's where it starts, though, right? I feel like I stumbled across a Reddit post yesterday, and it was like, what are your side hustles, whatever, and it was just a whole bunch of random like people talking about, I started walking dogs, or I was doing this thing, and like 9 times out of 10 it was someone saying that they started this thing as a hobby because they enjoyed doing it and it took off. And I feel like that's just how it works, right? Like, if you start something because you're just doing it for fun, then the money follows if you're good enough at it, right? Or if you just keep at it. If there's a potential for money, like, you know, if you're jump roping because you love jump roping, you're probably not gonna make money at it, right? But yeah, I do feel like that's where the money comes from, though. And I feel like whenever I start a thing chasing money, like if I'm like, I'm gonna start selling assets because this is, you know, what I'm good at and then I'll make money at it or whatever, it's much harder to find money that way, right? Whenever you're chasing the money, it doesn't show up. When Swords and Magic like started slowing down and I was like, how am I gonna start making money from this? I tried all kinds of stuff and nothing like took off like it did when I was just an organic, like, this is a new game I'm excited about making, it's a passion project, and that's when people started following it, and that's where the money came from. I think it's about just being genuine and like following your passion. Yeah. Yeah, good luck, man. Kindred question, do you think you could model me? Your avatar? I'm not sure. It's pretty high quality. Maybe. Hey Kindred, you've seen the game Fellowship. It's like, yes, I have. It's like, wow, but just late game rating. Yes. I don't know if it's rating, it's just like Mythic Plus, right? But yeah. Was thinking about your project when I was seeing this because it seemed like a game scale that's doable. Yeah, so oh man, I don't know, like 2000, probably like 2016 probably, 2017, probably right before I started Swords Magic actually. I actually started making a game, I can't think what I called it now, that was essentially just the dungeons part of WoW, right? But it was more like lower level dungeons. It wasn't like Mythic Plus, like epic, like hardcore dungeon stuff. And the idea was that you just grouped up with random people and you went through the dungeon and fought the boss and that was it. But you created your own characters and you leveled them up and everything. And then we were like, well, maybe that's not going to be enough to keep people entertained or whatever. So we decided to add a multiplayer element at one point. So it was like, there's 2 groups doing like a symmetrical dungeon kind of like on either sides. And then there's a boss in the middle and the team that defeats the boss first wins. So it like became like a race, but you also had to level up. So we changed it. We made it almost like a roguelike or like a MOBA sort of. And I guess it sort of did turn into like a MOBA almost, but instead of defeating each other's bases, you defeated the boss in the middle. Anyway, we were like designing that for a while, me and a friend, and we never really even got to like gameplay from it. But I did design some characters for it and did some modeling for it. But yeah, I've had thoughts about it. I've also really loved the idea of just doing like a just like a dungeon, I don't know, like a dungeon crawler, like a top-down dungeon crawler, like but whatever. Anyway, but yeah, I can see what you're saying, and I do think it's a scalable idea and like something more doable for a smaller team. The problem is that I think Fellowship is doing it wrong. And so because of that, I do think there's actually space for another game in the genre probably, but I think there's an issue with it. So one, I think Fellowship is doing it wrong because you have to do pre-made characters. I think that's a huge problem because I think if the goal is to like customize and like build up your character, then doing it with a pre-made character is stupid. I think that makes people, loving your background music makes me want to sea shanty. Yeah, it's this is just all World of Warcraft taverns. It's just the tavern music from different zones in World of Warcraft. I use World of Warcraft music because one, I love WoW and our game's really inspired by WoW, and also because I'm not going to get in trouble for using it, which is great. Anyway, so yeah, I think the biggest problem is they have pre-made characters in Fellowship, and the next one is like they're gonna run into the same issue that WoW has, where like, so retail WoW's biggest issue is the gear treadmill, right? So every time they release a new expansion, they're just increasing the level cap, adding a new set of gear, adding new dungeons and raids, adding a smaller like zone or whatever to go through to level up to that, and then you just have more raids to do. And so they're in this treadmill where they just can't stop, right? Like you can't, like, I mean, with an MMO you really can't stop development anyway. But what's happening is they're like crunching lower level content down until it's like useless, right? They're just pulverizing it, which is why if you log into retail WoW now, sorry, my voice is going out. I need a drink. Good thing I have this Twitch fridge back here with cold LaCroix in it. Anyway, so if you log into like retail WoW now and you like decide to go to Elwyn Forest, it's a ghost town, right? There's literally no one there, and the content is like not ideal for leveling. I mean, you can level it now because they scale everything, whatever, but like everything is dead easy. It's not intended to be like, you're not really supposed to visit it. You're not really supposed to be doing like the old Azeroth zones. You're not even supposed to be doing Burning Crusade areas. You're not supposed to be going to Northrend. You're not supposed to be doing like Outlands, anything like that. Like none of that stuff's all dead. It's all available if you want to go visit it, but like why? There's no point in doing it, right? And that's stupid. I think that's a really bad design. And I think Fellowship's gonna have the same issue where they keep adding more and more dungeons, and pretty soon the first dungeons you do are gonna just kind of be useless, and the entire player base, the majority of the player base, is gonna be at the top. I also think that they're gonna have a major problem eventually because the player base is gonna die off, and then it's gonna take you longer and longer to queue, especially as they add more content, because you're gonna have a bigger stretch of it. If they keep the lower level content relevant, right, then you have a bigger stretch of content, like more and more content to do, and so you're gonna have a player base that's spread thinner between it all, right? Like you'll always have more players at the top of it, depending on how popular it is and how many times they like, or how they're marketing it. But eventually players are gonna get to the point where they're not gonna be doing the low level stuff. And there's no reason in the Fellowship to create a new character and start over, like there would be in an MMO. In an MMO, you can just like start over a new character and like level up from the bottom up because you're trying a whole new class. In Fellowship, you don't really get that effect. Like, I mean, I guess you do a little bit because you still need to get better gear and stuff like that. But then you're just doing old content again. And I feel like that's gonna die off real fast. And the old content is just running dungeons, not exploring a new world and doing quests and stuff. So personally, I think the problem is that one, their player base is going to slow down. It's going to take longer to get a queue or get through the queue. Like here's an example. When the beta came out, I played it. I didn't like it. I love dungeons in WoW. I love WoW. I did not like their class design. Like pretty much all the classes I thought were really stupid designed. Like they were doing too much already, in my opinion, which was weird because they didn't have very many abilities. But I just felt like it was too complicated right off the bat. Like I didn't like any of how they played. And that might be because I'm used to MMOs where you start with like one or two abilities and you master those and then you get a new one. And then you master that one, you get a new one, and you master that one. And the whole time you're like getting better at like how to use all those abilities, and you're just like slowly building up your kit rather than just giving all of it, like throwing it all at you at one time, which is what Fellowship kind of does. Anyway, but when I joined during the beta, I got into a long queue to get into the game, right? I had to wait like an hour to get into the game. When I finally got into the game and I tried to join a dungeon, I got into another queue for like a 10-minute queue. And I was like, if it's a queue to get into the game, that means there's too many people playing. But then once I get into the game, I have to get into another queue because there's not enough people playing. Like, why was there another queue? So I think they're gonna have a major problem with like keeping players around, because like if you already have to be in a queue when their servers are maxed out, then I can't imagine how long that queue is gonna be when their servers are dying off, right? So I don't think it's a good design. I don't think it's going anywhere. I think the reason the MMOs work is because you have this huge world to explore and level up in and grind through, and tons of like professions and things like that to do. There's social aspects, and I think they take out all of that, right, just to do end game dungeons. And I honestly personally think that's the worst part of WoW. So I don't think it's going to work very well. I think you're going to have a handful of like dedicated players who keep playing it, but I just don't think you're going to find groups anymore after a while. Anyway, sorry, I'm really ranting here. Interesting. Somehow I've never thought about picking just one aspect of the MMO and focusing on just that. Yeah, which is interesting. That's kind of like that's really like the sweet spot for indie dev, right? That like that's how the best games get made, right? So people will like think of a game they like, and then they'll pick like one mechanic from it, and then go, how can I rebuild that mechanic, and just focus on just that. That's how like cooking simulators got made. That's how we have like farming games, right? Like they're just picking like one mechanic from like a bigger game or whatever and doing that one thing. That's why we have like a lot of like shopping simulator games, or like whatever. Like we're just picking like one. I mean, in most of these cases, they're picking like a mundane task from real life, but that happens a lot in games too, where you just pick one mechanic that you like from a game and then you make that into a full game by itself. Anyway, so yeah, it's not super common. It's not super uncommon for indies. I just poured this all over me. I don't know why. I guess my brain thought I'd been drinking this for a while and it was already half empty, and it definitely was not. I just poured it everywhere. Good thing it's just water. Sorry, let me get caught up on chat. I see your point on pre-made characters. Oh yeah, and I think the pre-made characters are just like, it's stupid. Like, give me a character I can customize. And that's the thing, right? I think first-person shooters, a lot of games get this wrong in my opinion. I feel like if you gave me like a first-person shooter game, or really anything, like, I guess, oh, you know what? I think the finals kind of does this right, though I think they could do it better. But the finals does this pretty right. How the finals works is you level up and you like unlock new gear. It's been a while. I haven't played in like a year. But you unlock new, not gear, but like accessories or like cosmetics, right? So you can like change your hat, you can change your glasses or put a mask on, or have like a scarf. You can put on gloves. You can change your, like, you can customize your guns and stuff too, like different skins and like different like keychains and stuff like you can put on them. You can change your boots and your pants, like you can have a jacket on, like you can customize all these things, right? So every time you get in the game, there's like all these cool looking characters and they're all totally unique. And then you're like, oh man, look at that guy. I like, that guy looks so cool. And that makes you want to like play more to unlock those things to get more things. But like, if all they're doing in Fellowship is like, there's a handful of skins you can unlock, I think that's just a huge missed opportunity. I think they should have made it from the very beginning. You can customize your character. Even if they just gave you like 2 races to choose from and they were just, this is just what they look like. You can't change their hair. You can't change like maybe your hair, but like you can't change anything else. That would have been enough. And then you just slap gear on top of that and have custom gear, like, or not custom, but like unique gear. That would be really cool. But since, and is gear even visual in the game? I didn't play long enough to even know. So maybe I'm way off in left field here, but I just feel like having pre-made characters totally like takes all the creativity and all the fun out of like a game where you're progressing to get better gear and like leveling up. Like, it's not an RPG anymore if you're playing another character that it just exists, right? I don't know. That's just my opinion. That's probably a very personalized opinion, but if they should head for a horizontal item progression like Guild Wars 2 or for Fellowship. Yeah, if they did more horizontal, I think it would work really well. Fellowship is also going to hit the elite problem. What does that problem mean? I've tried Fellowship, and for me, a major issue was having kind of too many and complicated abilities from the start. Agreed. Yep. I think so. Like, I love healing in games, so I was like, oh my god, a game where I can just jump in and be a healer immediately. Like, I kind of got that from Overwatch a little bit, get a little bit from Finals. You can heal in Finals a little bit. So I was like, hell yes, like, I'm so excited for this game. Like, I was hyped for it. And I got in, and the 2 healing classes are absolutely stupid. I hate them. And both the characters look so, well, okay, the druid looking girl, she looks cool, but it's like let me customize my character. I don't want to play this character you made for me. I want to make something new. It's like playing D&D and then someone handing you a character sheet and saying, this is who you're playing, deal with it. Like, that's so stupid. Like, let me role play the character I want to play. I want to be this badass healer who, like, I come up with, right? I want to be my character. I don't know. I hate it. I hate it. That's like the biggest reason why I won't play it anymore. That alone, right? Like, right there. But yeah, I think the healer classes, like, the mechanics felt weird. Like, the druid, like, they clearly had an idea of how that was supposed to play, but it's like I feel like so shoehorned. Like, this is how you have to play, and that's the only option you have. Where, like, in WoW, I don't know, I guess WoW kind of, I don't know, they had an opportunity here to like do something different, right? Guild Wars did this in a really awesome way, where they give you like 20, 30 abilities, whatever, that you accumulate over the game, but you can only have like 5 equipped at a time. So you get to customize your build for each dungeon or each thing you're doing, right? And it was mostly dungeons or PvP in Guild Wars. And then and then if you didn't like how it worked, you could just swap out an ability, right? So you could focus on a full like AoE healing like build, or you could focus on a single target build where you're just keeping your tank up and you just focus him the whole time. Or you can do a party-based heal thing. Like there were so many options you could do. There's also like heal over time. There were so many different ways to build your kit out, to build either a super diverse healer or like a center, like a focused healer. And it was awesome. And you could also even put in like DPS and stuff, right? And I feel like that's how Fellowship had to build it to make their characters feel more diverse, but they didn't do that. They just gave you a set of abilities similar to WoW, which is fine. But then like, I don't know, I just don't like how they play personally. I thought they were just like overdid it. Like they overcomplicated the healing for both characters. And also like they had like an extra resource thing on top of your mana and it just felt weird. I don't know. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I think it would have taken a lot more to like learn how they played and everything. And maybe I'm just not good enough at games or like these types of games, I guess, to do that, but it just didn't feel good to me. Okay. 1 or 2 in customizing my build for myself. Yep. Agreed. Paxian Games, ask AI about vanilla WoW design principles that made WoW so great, and you'll figure out real quick how specific things are. Then you compare that to the garbage we have nowadays. Sheesh, it all makes sense. Yeah, you don't have to ask GPT. There's a bunch of YouTube content right now that I feel like I've seen it all already, that talks about the difference in designs between old school MMOs like WoW, classic, and modern MMOs like retail WoW. And the big differences are mostly there's literally no social aspects left in retail WoW. Like you join, like, first of all, I played a healer in retail WoW and I just wanted to heal. I didn't want to do questing because I'd done Dragon Isles 100 times now. I've done, like, I want to do old school WoW content, but there's literally no one there and I don't want to play a single player WoW. That's just stupid, right? Which is exactly my problem. So anyway, so I decided to do dungeons. So I'm doing group content. I'm healing, which is what I want to do, right? I'm playing a shaman healer, which I haven't ever played a shaman healer, so I was really excited to try that with totems and everything. And I really love how it plays. And the game is super fun to play. The problem is that I want to play with people, not robots, and that's all I get in retail WoW. Because when I'm sure raiding is a little bit different, kind of, except then you're just listening to one person tell you exactly what to do instead of chatting amongst your team and coming up with a plan, right? Old school WoW, we'll come back. Hang on. So anyway, I played from 0 to 65. Or level 1 to 65. I haven't hit 70 or 8. Actually, I think I did hit 70. I think I'm level 70. I haven't hit 80 yet, and I probably won't because I took a week off or a couple weeks off, and I forgot how half my abilities work, and now I don't feel confident enough to heal a level 70 dungeon. I don't know. I probably should just play and not worry about it, since no one's going to say anything anyway. Because there were several dungeons where I didn't know what I was doing, and I didn't know how to get to the next area where they like went ahead of me, or my team like let me die or something, and I had to run back because no one rezzed, which is fine. They probably didn't have a res, whatever. But anyway, I didn't know where to go. And so I would type in chat and say, guys, I'm not sure where to go. I'm confused or I'm lost or whatever. And this dungeon I don't know what to do. Because there's like dungeons where you have to like click on bubbles to like take you to new places and stuff. I think I was doing the time walking stuff at the time. Whatever. Doesn't matter. The point is, I would talk in chat and no one responded to me. And they just finished the dungeon without me. Like they literally didn't even need a healer in the first place. And it's just like, it's so stupid. I hate how retail content works. It feels so bad. But yes, classic WoW, pure gold. The how they do social stuff is so good in that game. Like you literally not only do you have to communicate in a dungeon and you have to take it slow and you have to wait for your tank to like pull and like you have to be smart about it. I mean, we've done these dungeons hundreds of times now. Like Dead Mines is just like, you can do it with your eyes closed now. Everyone knows what they're doing. So you really don't need to be like marking targets like that unless you have like a really low level group or something. But the point is you can do that and that's great. And there's no dungeon finder. So here's the biggest thing. I honestly think for dungeons, this is the biggest thing. You spend like 20 minutes, sometimes longer, 30 minutes, sometimes an hour putting a group together to go to a dungeon, right? Because you have to be talking in chat. You have to go to town and talking in town chat, or you have to talk in the global chat or whatever, or zone chat. Or you literally just find people as you're running around and message them and be like, hey, want to do this dungeon? Because we're about the same level and we need a healer and you're a priest, or whatever, And then you put this group together and then you all run to the dungeon, maybe together, depending on where you're at. You might run into mobs along the way and have to heal each other or whatever, right? And then you get into the dungeon, and guess what? If someone in your group sucks, you don't just leave the dungeon so you can queue again, because you took 30 minutes to build that group, right? So you're stuck. You're like, no, we'll make it through. And then you help that person, right? You tell them, hey, wait till the tank gets aggro before you start doing damage. I'm gonna mark this target, only attack this target, right? You start building a plan, you start working together, you're part of a team, right? And you're talking to each other and you're asking how long people have been playing the game for, and you're sharing stuff, mages making water and trading it to other people instead of just spawning water into the world and everyone just clicking it and then ignoring each other, right? Like you're buffing each other and you're asking for buffs. You're trading each other gear that drops, right? Like I was in a dungeon, this dude didn't have shoulders on and some male shoulders dropped on for me. I picked them up. I messaged I said, hey, do you want these shoulders? The guy was like, oh yes, I love some shoulders. I'm level 15. I don't have any yet. They're level 15 shoulders. So I traded with him between pulls and he got the shoulders. Like we're talking, like we're playing a game together like people are, right? I don't know. There's just something about that. That's magical. And that's how you play an MMO, right? Retail WoW doesn't do any of that. You literally push a button and within 2 minutes, you're in a dungeon with a bunch of robots who are not going to talk to you at all because they only care about shooting through that dungeon to get to the next one. They run through the dungeon. They don't care if you get left behind. They don't care if you're talking to them. They don't care if you know how to play the game. They don't care if cool shoulders drop for you and you don't have them yet. They don't care about any of that stuff because it's so fast paced. All the loot is centralized to them. You don't have to roll on anything. You don't have to min-max your stuff. You don't even care about the gear at all because you can honestly not even equip any of it. And by the time you get to end game, you go from like +5 intelligence at level 10 and you're like, whoa, +5 int, that's huge. And then at level 60, you're like, oh, well, should I use this gear that gives me plus 1800 intelligence or should I use this gear that gives me plus 1900 spirit? Like 1900 stats at like level 50, it's insane. Like, where are these numbers coming from and why is it bloat so much? Sorry, I hate retail. Honestly, like, I hate it. The art is beautiful. The gameplay, like it's fast paced, it's fun. Pulling 50 mobs and like melting them down as a paladin, just bouncing your shield between them. So much fun, but it's not World of Warcraft anymore. It's a totally different game now and I hate it. Sorry, let me just, sorry. I get so heated. Wow, retail WoW just has totally lost the mark. Like it's lost the plot entirely. It's not the same game anymore at all. What's your opinion or goal for your game on amount of skills you should use? I can't stand skill bars with 3 rows full of skills anymore since playing League of Legends for years now. Yep, agreed. Before I played MMOs where I had rows of skills, I see the beauty of only having 400 skills. Yes. So my very first MMO ever was Guild Wars, not Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars. And I played the hell out of that game. And one of my like I've already mentioned, one of my very favorite things was building a loadout for specific situations. And I loved finding a new like trainer in a new town that I finally got to or whatever. Like I traversed the world and got to this new town and there's a new trainer there with new skills. Loved it. Rant is valid. We're pissed. Agreed. Anyway, I loved finding those new skills and then being like, oh, this is so cool. I'm going to put this on my bar. I'm going to figure, and like, you have to like rearrange your whole bar to fit this skill on there and you start changing how you play. And that's so horizontal, right? Because at any time you can be like, you know what? I want the level 1 fireball I had before. I'm going to use that instead because that does like burst damage or whatever. And I need that. Like you can swap out your skills anytime you want. They level with you, like you progress with them. So like they're always useful. They're always viable. And that's how it works in WoW too, for the most part. But you get all of them at the same time to put on your bar. I think a limited bar is definitely the way to play because one, it keeps things way simpler from like a skill level. And it's more about planning and more about like strategy and preparation than it is about like remembering like 30 hotkeys, right? Or being able to click your bar fast enough. I'll admit I'm kind of a clicker when it comes to WoW because I just can't hotkey that many things. Like once I get to like 6 Like if I'm reaching my finger over to hit the 6 key or whatever, that's too much for me. Like anything past that, I'm just gonna click it like that, and I can't do anything more than that. In fact, I just recently finally like bound my R key to my kick or counter spell or whatever it is, right? Like that the one, whatever the one that cancels what do you call it? It's just a kick, whatever. So like all of my classes, whenever I have an ability like that, I just throw it on R now, and that's like helped me a lot because now I can like quickly counter a spell from an enemy, and I think that's cool. Like stuff like that is fine. In fact, I actually think that would be kind of cool to just have like Q, E, R as like abilities, and then maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 or something like that as like abilities you can put on there, and like maybe your Q's like an ultimate ability thing you can swap out, kind of like Elder Scrolls Online does. Maybe R is your kick or something. Maybe E is something else. I don't know. Like that kind of, I think that kind of stuff is kind of cool. I think it's fine to have like a sort of like standard set of like abilities sort of that every class kind of has. Or maybe not every class, but like each class has. I think that kind of stuff would be fine maybe. And I think it's worth experimenting with. And maybe it doesn't work. Can we swap it out? I don't know. That's the cool thing is like we're planning on doing that. There's going to be a lot of iterations, I'm sure, of this. Once we get combat going and we start testing things, I want to experiment with all kinds of stuff. My plan is like, so right now the plan is to have a ton of abilities throughout the world for each class, and maybe even some shared abilities between classes. But the idea is we're going to have rare abilities. It's like some abilities where we have NPCs where like maybe they only teach so many people a week or something. So like only the first like 10 people or 5 people a week or something, depending on the player base, we can scale that, right? Can learn that ability, and then they don't teach it anymore until the next week or the next month or whatever. Maybe some abilities only show up around seasonal events. Maybe some abilities only can be taught at night after a big world boss is defeated, right? Things like that, right? And they're hard to get. And the point of that is because once a player has maxed out one of those abilities, right? Like you've ranked it up to the max rank, like you're high enough level or whatever to do that, and you've ranked it all the way up, then we want to introduce a new mechanic where you can then teach it to other players. So if you have one of those like one of a kind abilities that is really hard to get, or maybe like players can't get anymore, now players can sell that training to each other to like learn that ability, right? So you can team up with someone and you can like teach it to them. Like you'll party together probably. You'll probably maybe start a teaching session or something. Maybe you like click it in your spell book or something. I don't know how that's gonna work. Anyway, you put it on your bar and then you go through and you like use that ability, and I'm sure it's gonna like, I'll probably do some level scaling thing or something so you're playing at the same level, and you'll use that ability on mobs to like level up to a certain point or whatever until the other player unlocks the rank 1 ability, and then they can go on their own way and they now have it, right? That's the idea, something along those lines. So we can like we have more social aspect around that as well. But yeah, that's how I want to do abilities, is way simpler. Okay, maybe you should mix both systems, Dungeon Finder for random dungeons and building a group for yourself for heading to a specific dungeon. I don't know. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. I think the Dungeon Finder in retail is very nice, right? Like, it sucks. It does suck. But it does make things really easy to just jump in and get into a group. And if you are the type of person, like if you just want to heal a dungeon or tank a dungeon or whatever, and you just want to work on your tanking skills, whatever, it is really nice. You'll just be like queue for a dungeon and just jump in and go. But I just think that the drawback of that system is astronomical. It's so much bigger than I think anyone ever like really realizes it is. I'm sure Blizzard understands the drawback. I'm sure they understand what they did with that. And I'm sure they thought this will just get more players into the game. And I think that's the problem, right? I'm not looking into this game. So I'm kind of afraid of the idea of having like 5,000 players, right? Like that's a scary number to me because that means our server costs go through the roof, right? It means we have to make sure we're monetizing like intelligently. Like, so my goal is not, I want to get 1 million players playing our game, right? Like that's not my goal. And I don't think that's Maz's goal. I think him and I are both on the same page that we want a small, tight-knit community around like a small MMO that's like a niche, right? If it blows up, it's not a bad problem to have, right? If it blows up and we get 100,000 players, that's wild, and like, we'll deal with it, right? Hopefully we actually, I mean, we're going to put a box price on the game. It's probably like $20, whatever to buy, maybe more, depending on where we're at when we start selling it. So it covers initial like server costs for people who like jump in the game, because like otherwise we're going to be screwed, right? We have to be able to make some money somehow. And then we'll have we'll probably do like a premium sub you can do that will give you access to something extra. I don't know what that's going to be yet. I don't like that. I don't like free to play games. I don't like subscription. I like subscription games if you're just paying a sub to play the game. Like, WoW, I think that's totally fine. You're paying to play an online service, like, it's fine. But I don't think enough players will do that if we just like charge like $5 a month to play the game, period. I just think that's gonna shoot ourselves in the foot. Maybe it's worth it in the end. Maybe in the end we're like, you know what, if we want to keep this to be a small like player base, then $5 a month covers our server costs, maybe, you know, and maybe that's like what we have to end up doing, and we just do a subscription model. Most MMOs switch to a free to play model, and then they just sell you garbage, right? And I don't like that. I think that feels bad. Any game that's free to play, I'm immediately skeptical. I immediately feel like it's like when you're walking through Walmart or something and someone walks up and they're like, hey, you want to sign up for this free service? And I'm immediately like, nah, it's not free. Like, yeah, maybe it's free to sign up, but then you're going to send me a bunch of garbage. In a month, you're going to charge me. You know what I mean? There's always a caveat, and I hate it. It just feels so scummy, and like whenever there's a free to play game, I always feel like I'm being ripped off or I'm being scammed. It feels like a scam to me because it's not free, right? There's going to be something that I have to pay money for if I actually want to experience the game the right way. And I hate that, and I really don't want to ever make a game like that. So I really don't want to do a premium sub. I think any game where your like content is locked behind having to pay money does suck. And I'd rather just pay the money up, like I'd rather pay $15 a month for WoW, whatever, and get everything, right? Than have to like, okay, I can play for free, but I can't get this thing for free, or I can't do this thing. Like, I don't know. I just don't like it. You're not paying for something, you're the product. Thank you. Exactly. Agreed. And I think that's how free to play MMOs work. And I just don't like that. I don't know. This is probably just like a moral thing for me. I just think that feels really bad, and I don't want to see our players as products. I don't want to see them as like dollar signs either, right? Like all I want to do is cover the server costs and be able to pay my bills and take my family to Disneyland, right? That's all I want to do. I don't need a mansion. I don't want a sports car. Maybe a sports car one day would be cool, but I don't need a sports car. No, I probably would never buy a sports car. I'm too old for a sports car. Anyway, but yeah, like I don't know. Like, yeah, it would be really nice to, you know, pay for my kids' college, but I'm not here to make a bunch of money. I'm here to make a game that I really, really love, and I want to, like, I've been dreaming of making since I was like 18, and I'm almost 38 now. I'll be 38 in April. Anyway, I think building macros because of 3 rows full of spells just misses the point for me. Yeah. Oh, yes, I agree. Yeah. I think macros are kind of weird. I'm sure we'll have to have something like that. Maybe, I don't know. The thing is, classic WoW has macros, right? I don't know if I agree with it. I think the reason they have macros is honestly for warriors. So warriors do this thing where they like stance, right? So you change stances and it unlocks not unlocks new abilities, but like enables certain abilities, right? So you fill your ability or your bar with all the abilities you can do, and then you have to switch stances to switch between which abilities you can do, which I think is an interesting mechanic, and it definitely did make warriors feel more interesting than just, you know, what most games do have warriors doing. And I think that was the point, was to like give them an interesting mechanic, but it made them really hard to play, and it made them like a much higher skill ceiling class than you would expect them to be. Like most games, it's like, yeah, just play a warrior if you're starting out. It's much simpler, right? And in WoW Classic, it was like, oh, no, don't start with a warrior, right? Like, that's not a good place to start, especially since warriors were almost always seen as tanks. So like, if you're going to play a warrior, you're probably going to be tanking a dungeon. Like, you're going to end up in that tank role eventually. And so you probably don't want to be in a class that might end up tanking if you don't know what you're doing at all. Anyway, so yeah, I think like beginner classes in WoW is like more DPS focused things, not tank or healer things, which is interesting. So it was kind of like a nice change of pace, but I don't know if I like that you had to macro essentially. So you would auto change stances to use an ability like charge or something, right? So they just made a charge macro. You'd click that, the macro would then change your stance for you, use the ability, and then switch your stance back. I don't know. I don't think that feels weird to me. Like, why if you're going to allow the macro system, then why even require that sort of like complexity in the first place? If you're just going to let players go out of their way to override it, then why even build it? So I don't know if we'll have anything complicated like that. At least that's not my plan. I'd rather not have that. In fact, I'd rather not build a macro system in the first place if we can avoid it, unless it turns into something we just absolutely have to have. And there's a lot of other things for macros too. When I was a kid, I remember I had like 4 or 5 macros on my bar, but it was for like emotes, right? It was for like emotes or for like spamming my like guild ad, things like that, right? Like it was like dumb things, or like it wasn't for like combat mostly. What's up, Ariel? Welcome in. What's your opinion on, let's call it, AFK systems? I remember lively playing Forsaken World as a teenager and heading day to day to the bonfire in our guild base that gives passive XP standing there. The beautiful point was talking with other guild members about personal stuff during this event without having to focus on game things. I have never heard of that. That's interesting. So like I know Moz likes AFK stuff because maybe he doesn't like it, but I know he's participated in it. So we might have something like that, maybe. I know when he was playing and I was playing at the same time too, Black Desert Online, when it was pretty new. I remember he was doing a lot of AFK fishing, I think, and other things where you can do AFK fishing, but you can only like do a certain level or amount or something like that, or there's like a limit to it, right? And then when you're playing actively, you can break that limit and do more, or get more, or something. I don't know what it is. Oh, sorry. I realized we just talked right through an ad break. I need to get better at that. So if hopefully you're back and you can hear me, but anyway, yeah. So I think there's definitely, I think having a benefit to sitting around a campfire and talking to your friends is really cool, right? We should have some sort of benefit for that. I don't know about passive like XP gain, but maybe. Here's a system that I think WoW did absolutely beautifully, and I think this could be the system that does that, right? If we want to do something like that. So I subbed, so I have no ad break. You're awesome. Anyway, so World of Warcraft was running, like in the beginning, ran into issues with people playing too much, right? Like they were like, people were playing way too much. This is anecdotal, so I might have the story wrong, so you can fact check me if you want, but don't like call me out on it because I'm telling you up front. So what they did is they added a new system where after you played for so much time, you started getting an XP debuff. So you wouldn't get as much experience to get people to go to bed, right? To get people to take a break, go to bed, or whatever, and log off for a couple hours, whatever. So that buff would go away and then they could play again, right? Just like to force people to take breaks. Well, they realized that was a terrible system because it felt bad, right? Like you were actively telling people don't play our game, right? That's a bad system. So they rolled it back and changed it. So instead, when you were logged out or when you were in an inn or a city, then instead you get rested XP, which you get double XP then for when you're, for killing mobs, right? For killing monsters. So what that incentivizes instead is I can go to bed safely because I know when I get back on, I'll get double XP. The one time they listened. Yeah, no, Blizzard in 2004 to like 2007 until Wrath of the Lich King, pretty much. I think that's when things started falling off pretty fast. Awesome. They were amazing, right? That's when Blizzard was like on their game. They were listening. They were making the best damn game they could, and they cared about the player base, right? It was a beautiful time in gaming. Probably my favorite gaming memories were in those years, for sure. Anyway, so yeah, I think rested XP is such an awesome system. It gives you it incentivizes you to take breaks. It incentivizes you to hang out in social hub areas, and you get that double XP, and then you can leave and utilize it, right? So I think things like that is a great way to do it. I even think so this is a little controversial, and I'm not sure how much I feel about this being, I don't know, but like raid buffs, right? Or world buffs. So when you're in town, and I am not super versed in this, but if you defeat a sort of like a raid or whatever, with your guild, you can get like the head of Onyxia or something. I think that's what it is, right? And then you take that to Stormwind, and every so often you can turn it in to a quest giver or whatever, and it gives everyone on the server of your alliance, of your faction, a buff, right?
And all you have to do is go back to Stormwind while that buff's active, while the head is hung up on the Stormwind, which is so cool that it's like hung up there. That's gotta be like one of the coolest things in the game. That you walk back to Stormwind and you see this giant dragon head hung up, and you're like, a player killed that thing, and then came here and turned it in, and now they're hanging it up to show the beast has been defeated, right? That's so cool. And then because of that, you're like, huzzah, and then you get a cool like world buff, right? That makes you stronger. And that's amazing. I think that feature is so good because one, it gets people coming back to town. Two, it shows off someone's achievement. That's huge. And also the NPC, when you turn it in, does like a /yell. So everyone in the zone gets to hear that person has done that thing. And I'm sure the first time that got turned in, that was probably the coolest freaking feeling ever, right? Like, you know, that every player that was online when that first thing got turned in, they discovered that feature, they were hyped. You know, they were just like dancing in their seat, trying to like contain their excitement. That's so cool. Anyway, but yeah, and it pulls people back to town. So like people come back to town, like they're asking their guild, hey, is that buff up? Should we head back to Stormwind to get that buff or whatever now? Like, that's so cool. And it's a really great feature to get people to, one, just give you a buff so you're just stronger in the world, so your content just gets slightly easier, you know? And then also you have to come back to town. The controversial part is like that now every single like high level guild or whatever requires players to like prep for those things. You have to go out and get your world buffs, and then you have to turn them in before you do a raid and all this stuff. And it's, I don't know, there's a whole layer to it that I don't understand, that I've never really like had to deal with yet because I haven't done that. But it's like, it kind of overcomplicates things, and it makes things a little more trivial, I think, or a little less trivial than they should be for like doing raids and stuff like that. So I think there's a bit of a problem with it. But a lot of people who like talk about Classic Plus for WoW have already mentioned like easy ways to fix that, and it's just those buffs don't show up in dungeons. When you go into a dungeon, that buff goes away. That way, like, it's only good for leveling. There's no reason to like go farm for it. There's no reason to like require every single raid member to go back to town to get the buff before you do your raid. Like, it takes all the headache out of it. Then it's just a cool thing you can just randomly get, and it feels good, and that's it. I think that's fine. That's fine. I think that's honestly the best way to do it. Hope you make the right design choices when making your MMO. I too am making my own MMO, so it's cool to see others also giving it a go. That's awesome, Paxian. Do you have a link or something like that? Do you have, like, how far along are you? Can I follow your progress? And I hope I do too. Our goal right now is a lot of social systems. That's like I'm pretty much, I kind of want to just make a WoW clone, to be honest. But we want to add a lot of social stuff in, like more social stuff. I really want role playing to be a thing that you can do easily and like is very accessible and even rewarded. So I think Maz and I are on the same page about that. We've talked a lot about social stuff. We want to make this very much like a social kind of sandbox sort of MMO, where a lot of the stuff you do is going to be dependent on other players and with other players. I do think that it needs to be soloable, because, you know, we're gonna have people who are like, I'm going solo self-found, I'm doing this whole thing solo, and that's fine. I think that's cool too. But like the point of the game is very much gonna be to be playing with other people. So like I think WoW or Blizzard introducing the solo self-found thing when you do like hardcore or whatever, so you can't trade and do auction house stuff like that, I honestly think that was kind of a mistake. I think you're literally just like telling people like, hey, if you want to do this the right way, it means you can't you can't trade with other players, you can't use the auction house or the social things, you can't group together in the world. Like, what is the point of that? Like, why are you introducing that as a mechanic? If you want people to play an MMO that's multiplayer, don't introduce a feature that makes them feel like they shouldn't be doing that. I don't know. That's my opinion. It's sort of like, I think it's sort of along the same lines of like when people make like difficulty levels in games. Like I think it was it Doom? No, it wasn't Doom. Wolfenstein? Maybe it was Wolfenstein. Where like the easy level, they made like the character like have a binky in their mouth, you know, and they call it like baby mode or something. And then so like players were like, well, I don't want to be a baby, right? Like, I don't want to be a baby. I'm not a baby, so I'll pick the harder level, you know, even though, and then they might be terrible at the game, and they might have a terrible time because of that. But sort of like, don't like you're designing the game, and you can easily design and like build into the game ways to get people to play the way you want them to play. So if you want them to play an MMO in a social way, then don't build mechanics in that tell people, hey, this is how you're supposed to be playing, and it's not with other players. That's dumb. I don't know why they did that. Like players were already doing their own challenges, right? Like there's tons of challenges right now, right? There's the ultra hardcore thing, that's an add-on, which by the way, I don't know how I feel about add-ons for MMOs yet. That's probably something we'll have to tackle eventually. Because I'm sure WoW is like lives and dies by its add-ons, I swear. So we'll probably have to have them eventually, but yeah, like there's an ultra hardcore add-on right now, which like is a whole nother challenge where you can't see health bars, your screen goes dim when you're about to die, and that's all you know. You can't see enemy levels. Like that's a huge like undertaking, right? And then people had their own solo self-found like Iron Man challenge, right? It wasn't like a tick box. You just decided, I'm not going to trade. I'm going to do this all myself. I'm going to craft my own gear, whatever. And then that's another one, like the craft lock like challenge. In this challenge, you can only use gear you crafted. So players literally start out, strip off all the gear and throw it in the garbage or sell it or whatever. And then they go from there and they sell all their gear and they only craft their own things. And that's such an awesome idea. Like that's a cool challenge, but we don't need to like build that mechanic into the game. You just build a sandbox and let players come up with their own like restrictions and rules. And then you give them the tools to be able to build those or to make those rules and restrictions and playthroughs. And then they just do it, right? And you give them a social platform where they can post that stuff on YouTube and they get a bunch of views and other people are like, I want to try that. And then they go buy your game and play it, right? Like, I don't know. It just seems obvious to me. Like you don't have to build mechanics for those things. You just have a player base that is creative. Anyway, moving on. I'll bring out my game in, yeah, thank you. I'm pretty confident, but it's very hard to make, but very rewarding. Oh, you're talking to someone else. Just follow my Twitch for now. I have nothing public worth posting yet. Yeah, honestly, same, right? Like everything you're seeing here is like so rudimentary and so like bare bones. There's like nothing here to even show off. I'm mostly just streaming it because I wanted to talk about it, right? I was too excited to like just keep it in my own head. So I wanted to like, and I can talk to Maz about it, but I'm sure if I posted everything I was thinking about, he'd get really annoyed with me real fast. So, anyway, I played I played 4 Story for many years, and the system for transforming your character into a shop stand in town was awesome as well for bringing players to town. You transform your character into a shop, or that makes it sound way weirder than it probably is. But yeah, okay. That's an interesting idea. So in Swords of Magic, we actually thought about this. Originally, the idea was we wanted to do player shops. So the original idea was there was going to be like little plots in town where you could put up a player shop and you'd interact with it and a shop would spawn. You'd get a little UI that lets you list all the items you wanted and their prices. And then your shop would just live there and then other players can come by and shop from it. And I love that idea. And I think player-owned shops is an awesome idea for an MMO, like a really cool idea. This is very much Albion Online. They've already done this, and I honestly don't love it. So we probably would never do this. But I've always loved the idea of like an entirely player-run economy in an MMO, where like you fight monsters and get materials, and then everything in the world that is purchased or crafted or whatever has to be done by players. And I do think that's a great idea. But like, I don't know. I think it's a cool idea. I don't think it actually, like, in theory, I don't think it works very well. I think Albion Online does an okay job with it. Let's be honest, they do a really good job with it. But it's just, I don't like the game because of many of those features. I like the game. I just don't, to me, it's long-term, it's too grindy, but, anyway, but yeah, like, and because of that, that's probably why I would never actually do it. But I do like the idea of that. But that doesn't mean like a player housing or like a player shop or something like that wouldn't work and isn't a good idea. In fact, it's probably a really cool idea. And it'd be really fun if you like had to like go to a shop and like rent the space or whatever. And then when you did that, it was just like an AFK thing. So you could like do that and then log out. So you're AFK just selling your items. That could be cool, but also I'm also kind of a sucker for just having like an auction house. I think an auction house, or maybe even just like call it like a marketplace, I guess, might be better, where you just list your items into a UI and then let players come buy them. I honestly think that works even better. It would be kind of cool though if there was like a visual representation of like a marketplace like that. So you like walk up and like list your things at like on like a big board somewhere, and then they like get listed and players can walk around through the location and like see things for sale. That could be kind of cool too, just so there's like a visual representation so it looks like a bustling marketplace and things are like changing and stuff. But we could also just fake that and it doesn't have to be like the actual items for sale, but it's an idea. The buffs are too strong for endgame. I've done the farming for buffs. It takes about an hour or so to do it if someone in the guild has farmed Diorama for you. Yeah, and I don't like that. I mean, like, it's a cool idea. I do think players like doing that on purpose to get buffs to like be able to level easier is cool. I think that's fine. What I don't like is so this is something that we ran into with Sword of the Magic too, is I don't like it when you introduce a mechanic that becomes like necessary, right? What am I trying to say? It becomes the meta, right? Like there's always gonna be a meta in games, right? There's always gonna be a best in slot. There's always gonna be like, this is the best loadout for this thing or whatever. Like it's just gonna happen. There's always like an economically like superior like option for something, right? Like no matter what you do, like there's always a way to min max things, and there's always gonna be a max, unless you make everything exactly even, and then it's boring, right? That's not fun anymore. So there's always gonna be like that, and I think that's like why I think live service games work really well. That's why I think like League of Legends works really well. That's why Overwatch works really well, or used to work really well before they ruined their game, in my opinion. Is because in a live service game, there's constantly updates, right? So you just go in and decide, I think hunters need to be the meta now, right? So you can just go in and like tweak some numbers, shift things around, and play, and devs do it on purpose, right? In those games, multiplayer games, they do it to keep people on their toes. Like if League of Legends like just kept the same meta forever, the game would get so stale and boring. And then when people go in and like change things, and they nerf one character that's been really strong, and they buff up another one that's been really weak, and the meta changes, and then everyone gets so mad, and they're like, oh my god, now this character's overpowered. Why is this guy overpowered now? But they do it on purpose. So players like learn to play new heroes, and they like, or champions, whatever you call them. Like that's done on purpose. I think that's fine. Like we're gonna have to do that in an MMO, because it's gonna be a live service game. So every few months we'll have to do a little update where we tweak numbers and change things, and that's cool. But I think if you build a system where it requires hours of effort, and you have to do that thing to min max, and every single raid group raid guild or whatever is forcing their players to do this thing, otherwise they're not min maxing that dungeon well enough, like that's bad, right? You know what I mean? Isn't that bad? Isn't that a bad design? Like you shouldn't. I just don't think that you should min max the hell out of a game so much that it becomes like a requirement to spend hours prepping for something, because that's the only way to do it, right? Like I don't know. Should be optional. Like that kind of stuff should be optional, fun content that you're doing because you want to do it, because you want that buff or whatever. Bring on my game in future. I'm following. How do I follow you on here? I don't think I can from this chat. Let me do it from the Steam dashboard. Following. Axion. Okay, for sure it's extremely hard. Can't imagine. I've started posting League of Legends gameplay videos on YouTube this week, and even this is hard, and I'm only recording gameplay, doing thumbnails, editing, but learning everything from scratch right now. Yeah, that's awesome. A lot of work. I don't like making videos, to be honest. Video content is just not my thing. Live streaming is so easy. You press the button, and then you just start talking, you know? And there's the content. It's there. And people can just show up and watch it. I don't have to like really think about it too much, and that's kind of the beauty of it. That also means my content isn't as good as some people who like have like, you know, transitions and like music and like custom like stingers and stuff like that, and they like have like segments for their stuff where they like start in, like even like Zaryu, for example, he starts his whole stream off by like watching a bunch of like hardcore fails and stuff like that, and like catches up on like the hardcore news with other like streamers and stuff, and that's cool. And then he goes into actually playing the game. So like even that is more complex than what I do, right? I don't have anything planned. When I hit stream, when I hit go live, I usually have an idea of what I'm going to do that day. Like today was just like, let's figure out how we're going to do this textures. And I think we did that. And that was it. And now we're just chatting. And I don't even know if we're going to work on anything else the rest of the stream. So it doesn't matter. But that's kind of the beauty of it. I don't really have to plan anything if I don't want to. I can just get on and work on what I want to work on, and that's it. And you guys can be here if you want to. And if you log in and you're like, oh, I don't want to watch him 3D model today, then you leave. you know, and you come back when I'm programming or something. Who cares? But yeah, with YouTube videos, you have to do so much planning. You have to write a script or write bullet points so you can like hopefully follow or stay on topic when you're talking. Like, I don't know, there's a lot. Just going straight into learning, it is the way to go. Yeah, I have not played League in a long time, but I really did like it when I was playing it. The problem was that I don't like letting my team down, and I hate it when I do that and then it becomes toxic. So I got to the point where I was playing every night and I would do like a quick play, and then as soon as it started getting toxic or I felt like we were like not doing good, I would finish that game and then I'd immediately go play bots. And I would basically just like, we obviously just steamroll bots, and I would just do that for like the rest of the night. Like I'd play like 3 or 4 bot matches, and then it got to the point where I was like, I don't want to get in. I don't even want to start with the toxic. So I'm just going to do bots instead. So I started getting to the point where I would just play like 3 or 4 bot matches a night, and then it'd be like 1. And then I was like, why am I even playing this game if I'm just playing against bots? So I just stopped playing after a while. I haven't played WoW up to this point. Tried it like 2 to 3 times, but it didn't work. Oh, it didn't hook me. Was just late to the party. I think if you're playing retail, yeah, you can definitely be late to the party, because if you get into like retail WoW, like the current WoW, modern WoW, it is nuts, man. It's so complicated to even get hooked. Like, I don't even know if there is a hook. Like, there's a tutorial section, and that's fine, I guess. You can get through that pretty easy, but as soon as they let you out of that, then it's like, what the hell is going on? Like, this game is like, it just throws too much stuff at you. It's complicated. It's confusing. There's like time walking, and they like give you that quest right away, and it's like they expect players to understand what the hell that means. I played since like launch, and I played all the way up to Wrath of the Lich King. I played when Pandaria came out. I played when Cataclysm came out for a little while, and then I stopped playing up until I don't even remember after that. I think I played during Battle for Azeroth for like a week. And then I gave up again, and then I played when War Within came out, or a little after War Within came out, and I've been playing for the last few months. But I must have been playing Classic. Like 80% of my gameplay has been in Classic, I think. Because Classic, you start a character, they give you a very small backstory, and they say, here's a world to explore, and then you just go do your own thing. That's all they have to do. Like, there's no crazy complicated mechanics. There's no like, you should go here and do this thing, but not this thing, because that's old content and that's not fun anymore. Or like, this gear isn't relevant anymore, so don't worry about trying to get this gear. I know it's still here. We don't know why it's still in the game. It's just here in case you want to get it for some reason, for cosmetic purposes. Like, it's just so confusing in retail. But Classic is like, you log in, you're a level 1, whatever you want to be, and they tell you, hey, you're here to like help defend against Azeroth, because all the people are at war with the Horde, or with the Alliance, whatever. And then you just click on the guy and get a quest, and you start doing it. You just play the game. It's so easy. It's so easy, and it's so much more fun. You get your first set of gear. That's the thing, right? So Classic WoW is so good because you start off with all this baby gear, right? And then you kill a wolf and it drops some gloves, and you're like, cool, I just got an upgrade, right? And then you turn in that quest, and then you get some gold, and you get like a belt or something, and you're like, I got another upgrade. And that's it. Like, that's the hook, right? You're immediately hooked, and you're like, how do I get stronger? And then you hit level 2, right? And then you're told to go to your class trainer. That's like built in. That's like your tutorial or whatever. You go to the class trainer and you learn, I can learn new abilities, and you get a new ability. And then you realize, I don't know how you realize this, but you do figure it out eventually, that every other level you unlock new abilities, and you have to go back and find your class trainer. And that becomes the hook for you. So like, you level up to level 23 or whatever, or 13 or whatever, and you're like, okay, one more level, and then I get a new ability, or I get to go level something up or whatever. And then you get the next ability, and you go see what it is, or you get to level, and then you get to the next level. That's what it is. It's just so good. I don't know. It's a really good loop. And then you discover crafting professions, and then you can spend days just farming resources and crafting things. It's so good. It kind of was made for PvP when it came into the open world, but the character abilities were made for the open world, which is why it was unbalanced by design. Sure, they made balance the handicaps to a degree over time, but then I don't know. Oh, are you saying, hold on. Are you saying that the world buffs were made for PvP. That seems even worse to me. I think you can do a system where you have world buff like buffs, right? They're like things like world buffs, but they are more niche, more specific. And so it's more like, which buff do I want? Where do I go to get it? Who do I have to defeat? And then they're like more like, maybe not, yeah, like maybe they still last like an hour or two or something like that, you know, but it's like, you have to go to this one zone, defeat this one elite, and you need like 10 people to do it. Like then I don't know, that seems more fun. And then it's more specific. I don't know. We'll see. We're gonna experiment with a lot of that kind of stuff and see what sticks. And that's the thing, is like when we go into like alpha and we actually have players playing, we're gonna get tons of feedback. And just like Swords and Magic, we're gonna take all that feedback into consideration, and we'll redesign the entire game from the ground up. Many times, I'm sure. It's Swords and Magic is very much like Theseus's ship. So it started as one idea, and we built it, and then people were like, you know, this 8-slot inventory is interesting, but it's kind of bad, and we want more space. And we're like, okay, let's go to 16. And we did that, and then people were like, we want more loot in the game, because it's more fun when you break a pot and you get loot, and you open a chest and get a bunch of loot, and you kill an enemy and they drop loot. And we're like, okay, and then we did that because we, you know, listened to the fans, and that was cool, and it felt much better to play and explore and everything. And then they were like, well, now we need more inventory space. So we made backpacks, and then you could get backpacks and upgrade your inventory space. And then we were like, well, let's just make it so if you're over limit, like you don't have to just leave things on the ground, because that sucks. Instead, you'll just slowly slow down up to a certain max. And we did that. And then people were like, we want more of this kind of quest, or we want this thing in the game. And we just listened to the players. We didn't do everything they wanted. But we did do a lot of what players wanted. And so the game basically got rebuilt like from the ground up. Yeah, and it's like not even recognizable anymore as the same game, and it's much better because of that. So I'm sure we'll do the same thing with this. And when the game actually goes like live and we hit like 1.0 or whatever, and we're like, this is the game, and now we're going to start working on additional content. That's probably at that point when we will probably try, depending on our player base, to switch to the RuneScape voting system. I really like that system, where we basically say, these are the 5 things or 4 things or whatever we would like to add to the game. Can you vote on the one you want the most? Or we can vote on like, we want to change this thing. How do you like this? Or how do you feel about this thing being changed? Or if we remove this thing, or we add in, you know, jewelry crafting, do you like this? Like, and then we'll let people vote on it. And if everyone says no, if we get like 20 people are like, yeah, this is a great idea, and there 20% of people are like, yeah, this is a great idea, and 80% of people are like, no, we don't want this system, then we won't put that system in, right? Still think movement is too slow for Swords and Magic? I think so too. I've been playing a lot of WoW lately, and when I get back into Swords and Magic, I feel like really sluggish. And I don't know why that is. I mean, so the idea was that you started slow because there's a lot of ways to increase your movement speed, but I do think the default movement speed is a little too slow now. I don't know why. I don't know what happened, because it felt great to me when I was like working on it like a lot, and then when I switched to a different game, it feels slow now. But yeah, World of Warcraft also has a much bigger world, and you're running a lot, so having a faster movement speed makes sense in that game, right? Like you have a faster base movement speed in general because you're traveling for like 20 minutes at a time to go from one zone to another. Swords and Magic is not like that. You walk for like 5 minutes and you're wherever you need to be. And then you almost immediately get a mount in World of War in Swords and Magic too. So like, that's one other reason why like I don't think the movement speed is a big deal, but also it does feel a little sluggish to me. So dailies and weeklies, you rats. Yeah, play ARAM with friends and you can go all night. That is fun in League. Yeah, if I was playing with friends, that would change everything with League. If I had like a team of like, we had like 5 or 6 friends who played League, and we could all jump in together, and you know, all of us somehow had miraculously the same time off, and we could actually do that kind of stuff, then that would be great. Moral of the story is ignore everything in retail has to offer and focus on vanilla WoW if you want a good MMO. So there's one thing in retail that I actually think is fantastic. There's one thing in retail that I really like, and I spend most of my time doing when I play retail. Because I do every once in a while hop over to retail, because there's something about retail being permanent that is nice. That's not the thing I like, but when I play classic, and I know that like Burning Crusade's around the corner and everything, I do feel like, well, eventually we're gonna get up to like Mists of Pandaria again, you know, and we're gonna like go through these seasons, and then I'm not gonna want to play anymore because no one else is playing anymore. And I do think that's a huge problem with WoW, like with Blizzard. Like they gotta quit this like cycle where they just keep re-releasing things. It's getting to the point where it's like, obviously this is just a cash grab, you know. They're doing this because they know people are gonna get excited about a fresh start. They're gonna get on and play and pay a bunch of money, and then the fresh start's gonna be gone, and they're gonna move on, and they'll like give the next expansion out, whatever, so it's a fresh start again, or people are hyped about the next expansion, and then they start over with a fresh start again eventually. And it's just like, they can only do this so many times before we catch on, right? I hope. I don't know, this is the second time they've done this, I think, with Anniversary. I don't know. Anyway, whatever it is, it's stupid. I don't like it. But the one thing, so that's the only reason I keep playing retail, is because every once in a while I'll just drop in, because it's like, at least with retail, it feels like it's not going to start over, you know, it's not going to just be thrown away one day. So like me collecting transmogs and like getting cool mounts and like getting more like better gear and stuff, and like leveling up another character to 80 or whatever, feels like there's actually like a purpose to it. Like there's other players playing, there's it's not going to go away. Like it feels more permanent, which is a good thing. That's like probably a good thing about retail. But the one thing I actually really do like right now is I really like world quests. Like when you go to Khazalgar and like there's like, you just hit M and there's just a bunch of quests on the map, like world quests, and you know you can just go there. You don't have to find the quest giver and accept the quest, and you can just do that quest, and it's random every day, and it's easy to get into, and there's other players probably they're doing it too. Like that does feel good, and I really like that. I also really like the world bosses, but I also feel like there's not enough social in the game anymore to get people to do them. So like I've gone several times to where like a world boss is to see if players are there to do it, and I'll get there and there's no one there, and I'm like, well, I can't solo this, so I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. And then you can like go ask in chat and say, anyone looking to do this thing, and literally everyone ignores you and keeps spamming about their guild invites or whatever. So it's like the world boss thing would work if you had more of a social MMO and the world bosses actually had a purpose or an impact on the world. So here's our idea. Let's say this is a little town right here, right? This is how I think I want to do this, because I really want to do world events and world bosses, like world quest kind of stuff. I think we should have lots of dynamic world quests and stuff that just pop up here and there. So every time you go through a zone, there's new like world events popping up and like things happening, right? Like, oh, here's a trader who needs like his cart escorted from one side of the zone to the other. That's a random thing that just popped up. Let's go do that because I happen to be here. And then as you go across the zone, this happens in Guild Wars too. This is not a genuine thought, or this is not an authentic idea, or a unique idea. But as you go through the zone, other players run into it, right? And they're like, oh, you're doing this quest, and they can hop on and then do the quest too. I think that's a great idea. That kind of stuff is really cool, because it like moves through the zone. You gather a bunch of players, and by the end of it, there's like a boss fight or something, and you have a bunch of players there waiting to like help with it. That's so cool. Brother, can I ask just one important question? Yeah, go ahead. I have a feeling it's gonna be very negative. Anyway, so we'll get back to this important question, I'm sure. I've only played a few MMOs like BDO and Final Fantasy 14. Sadly, never gotten around to playing WoW. Ad break is starting. Haruto, you probably don't have an ad, so you can keep asking. You can ask the question. That's just a Twitch ad. Any pay to win concepts? I really like how it looks. Oh no, absolutely not. No, we just had this rant like 20 minutes ago, but I'll give you the Reader's Digest version of it. I hate, like, there's absolutely no way we're doing pay to win. Zero chance. Like, I guarantee if I ask Moz as my partner in crime on this, there's no chance he would say yes to pay to win. There's no way. We're not NC Soft. We're not run by what's it called? Tencent. Like we don't Tencent. We're not answering to anyone, so there's no reason to do that stuff. So there's absolutely not pay to win. But we have to monetize somehow, which sucks because it's an MMO. And I think a box price is the best way to sell a game. I truly think just you pay once, you play the game forever is the best way to do it. I like that's always been my like go-to, like, and I would love to do that for this game. But the problem is that having always on servers and having more and more players playing the game and like you pay once and you play for 5 years, that's a problem, right? And I'm actually learning that the hard way with Swords and Magic. So Swords and Magic is my main game. It's on Steam right now in early access. Box price plus sub is the least sleazy payment model. I agree. Guild Wars 2 was like that, but it became pay to win later, I think. Yeah, I don't know if Guild Wars 2 is pay to win. I could be wrong though. I haven't played enough Guild Wars 2. I just tried playing again recently and I just wasn't a fan of it. There's a couple things I liked, but for the most part, something about it feels sluggish and feels really fuzzy to me. Like the art style feels really fuzzy to me, which is weird because I really loved the art style when it first came out. And I love all the concept art for it and everything, but the art just feels kind of meh. And then the gameplay feels like slow. It feels not slow, but it feels like sluggish. I don't know how to explain it. It feels clunky. But the combat feels kind of clunky. Guild Wars 2 isn't pay to win as far as I know. Yeah. People will cry they hate subs, then spend 2 to 3 times in micros over a year. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, I actually don't like pay free-to-play games either. Whenever I see a free-to-play MMO or something, I'm always like immediately turned off. Sometimes I'll still try it, and it is kind of nice like when it's a free-to-play MMO because I can just jump in like Guild Wars. Like I didn't have to pay for anything to just jump in and start playing. But immediately I was hit with like, oh, I can't do like any content. I can't get a mount. I can't do any of this stuff until I start buying these expansions, which are like $30 a piece. So that feels kind of bad. And that's exactly what I'm talking about with free-to-play games. Is you are suckered in thinking, cool, I can just play this game. I don't have to pay for anything. I can just jump in and start playing. And that's nice. But but you always know the second you get in, they're going to hit you with that paywall and say, yeah, you can play, but if you want anything cool, you got to pay this money. If you want to do this part of the game, you have to pay this money. If you want to play with friends doing this thing, you got to pay this money. Like, or like Elder Scrolls Online is the worst in my opinion. So I love Elder Scrolls Online, but the inventory space is absolutely a freaking joke. Like it's a joke. Like it's ridiculous how much inventory space you don't have. After you get like level 20, 30, somewhere in there, like it's insane. You just can't do it. Like you can't do crafting unless you pay money. Then you pay money for inventory space, and it's stupid. I think that's such a scummy way to do it. So yeah, I don't know. So what I come back to is I don't have any plans on being rich. I have 2 kids. I do have a mortgage. I have to pay my bills. So I want to pay my bills, and I want to bring my family on vacations. I don't need a sports car. My wife doesn't want a mansion. We're very happy where we live. We would maybe like a house with a bigger backyard because our yard's really small, but like those are like pipe dreams. Those are like, yeah, like we're not trying to get rich. And I know this game's probably not going to make us rich. Swords and Magic made enough money to like pay our bills for a while, and it doesn't make money anymore. So actually my wife started working again recently. But yeah, so like it would be nice if this game paid our bills so my wife could quit if she wanted to, but she likes her job, so that's why she does it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really have any plans on getting like filthy rich from this. So I don't have plans on like, you know, wringing everyone dry, trying to get more money out of everyone. You know, I don't know. It's just not my thing. I've wanted to make an MMO since I was 17. I'm now 37. It's been, 20 years. And for the last 20 years, I've been making smaller games thinking one day I'm going to make an MMO. One day I'm going to have a big studio and make that MMO. One day I'm going to have enough experience and knowledge to be able to make an MMO. And Swords and Magic is kind of on the back end now. We're kind of wrapping it up slowly but surely. I burn out really easy on it now. I work on it for like a few months and I burn out. We get like one update out and then like all the bug reports come in because the game has a lot of tech debt, and it's like the foundation isn't exactly the best because I think a lot of us, Moz included, we were all like learning when we started building it, so we didn't build things the best way, which is understandable and to be expected with our first like major project. And so yeah, I burn out really fast. So I'm getting to the point where it was like, well, we're gonna finish it up, but like, what am I doing next? And I kept thinking like, let's make an open world survival game. Let's make like a dungeon crawler, like a multiplayer dungeon crawler game or something. Cause I keep trying to like build up to that MMO. And then like something just clicked in my head and I was like, I'm almost 40 years old. Like, how much longer am I going to be making video games? Like, I mean, hopefully forever, right? Like, that's the goal. But like, what, like, I just keep waiting until I feel like I'm ready to make this MMO. And I just, like, that's been the dream since the beginning. And it's like, why not just do it? Like, I'm not getting any younger, and like, games are not, like, they're not going to get any harder to make. Like they're just getting easier and easier to make. But it's like, I feel like we're at a point now where it's like, a small team can make an MMO as long as they're not, you know, making like, you know, New World or something, right? Like, we're not making AAA art. We're making low poly. We're making old school classic WoW looking game with classic WoW gameplay for the most part. You know, it's like, let's just do it. So I reached out to Moz because he was the only person I know that really wants to make an MMO too. And I was like, let's just do this. And I know that he can handle the mechanics and like the programming stuff. And I'm honestly, I think I could do that part too. maybe not to the extent that he can, but I feel like I know enough now where I could probably build an MMO on my own. It's like the back end, like server architecture stuff that I would struggle with. But luckily, there's this thing called Redwood, which is an MMO framework made by a really good friend of mine, and it's extremely affordable. So it was like, well, that solves the majority of the problems we're gonna run into. Like all the multiplayer stuff, like the framework stuff is like all handled right there. And I can reach out to him and be like, hey, this isn't working. And he's going to fix it for us like right away. Because I think he likes me. I don't know. I think we're kind of friends. So it might work out like that. But yeah, so we have that covered. And then we're going to buy assets. These are all assets that I didn't make any of these. And I plan on making assets. We're making our own characters. We're making, I'm going to make a bunch of weapons and stuff. Like, we're going to be making custom assets, but like, I can't make all of the assets for an entire MMO in the amount of time that I would need to do that. So we're just going to cut corners and buy assets, because why not? And some of the biggest games out there, like the most successful indie games, whatever, are buying assets. Like Only Up, they didn't make a single asset. Like, and that game made more money than we'll probably ever make on this game. So like, I don't know. I don't see buying assets as a problem anymore. And if it helps us get the game out faster and make what we want to make, then let's do it. So we're doing that. So we're gonna be buying assets. We're gonna be cutting corners. We're gonna be buying all of our animations, and we already have a ton already. I have a huge library of assets in the Epic launcher already that we can choose from. So yeah. Sorry, let me get caught up on chat. If you're interested in adding building mechanics, the Valheim community made some really cool builds. As a player, being able to add to the world would be great. I think in a more of like a sandbox MMO that works, like PAX Day and stuff like that, that's fine. Or like Conan Exiles, kind of like sort of like a sandbox MMO, I guess, sort of. But personally, I prefer more of the theme park MMO, where the world's kind of built for you and you're exploring it and discovering ruins and discovering like abandoned castles and like caves and mines and like stuff like that. Like, I don't know. I don't think we're gonna have any building system. I think the closest we might have, and I really like this idea, I would like to have like a guild hall system where there's like plots of land in the world where your guild can purchase or rent, probably rent the plot and then build their guild hall on it. But I don't think it's going to be like survival style like Valheim, where you're like placing down pieces. I think it'll be more like, let's dump a bunch of resources in here and then we'll build up this hall and it'll be this style we'll choose from, and then that it just gets placed there. I know that's not the same. I know that's kind of boring, but I just don't think an MMO like I want to build has a lot of space for that sort of like building stuff. Plus, so Valheim, sure, that's great, because Valheim is built for you and like 5 players, right? It's a small game, which is why Swords of Magic, which is my main project that it's already out in early access, you can buy it and play it now, does have a building system because it's meant for you and a small handful of players. You can't build anywhere because we're worried about like future proofing that issue and putting in like a new mine or something and then having it like destroy your house. But anyway, but yeah, when you have like a handful of players, that's fine. You can do that kind of stuff. You can do building systems. You can change the whole world however you want, because when you log in, it's gonna be the stuff you made. But when you have a game like Minecraft had a lot of issues like this. Like if like let's say you have a public server, public Minecraft server where hundreds of players are jumping in and playing whenever they want, right? So if you give it like 2 weeks and you log in, the spawn is going to be littered with remnants of buildings. It's going to look horrific, right? And it's not going to be a place where people log in and go, oh man, look at this world. I want to go explore this world. It's going to be so cool. They're going to log in and go, oh my God, how are we going to clean all this up? And then you're not, right? So that's why I think like a building system in MMO is just not going to work. Not like this anyway, because it's just going to turn into turmoil, right? It's going to be a wasteland eventually. So I don't think that's going to happen. Sorry, that was a long rant just to say no. That's good. You enjoyed it with the time you had and didn't waste. And we're getting deeper into it. But yeah, I love Valheim. Don't get me wrong. I think Valheim's a great game. Swords of Magic was, we took some inspiration from that with our building system. I actually built building systems on top of that. I was going to make a survival crafting game, and the entire building system in that game was going to be based entirely on Valheim. Like I had already went in and played the hell out of Valheim, just like watching how things snap together and like analyzing how like the menus worked and how you like built stuff and like how like the durability stuff worked, because I wanted to like build that same system or something very similar to it in my own game. But so I do love Valheim, but I don't think in an MMO it's gonna work. Not this one anyway. Cut corners, leave it as jank as hell. I don't have no problem swearing, and I swear a lot. I just try not to do it on stream because I don't want to exclude anyone, so don't get me wrong. And you can swear all you want, I don't care. Maybe not as much, maybe not all you want, but yeah. It just has to work. Yes, agreed. Yeah, and I think that's the point, right? Like, I think the plan is, so Hightail, and I think actually a lot of games are doing this right now. I think it's weird, but I think we've hit this like certain point, like, and I think it's happening with everything. I think it's happening with YouTube videos. I think it's happening with video games. I think it's happening with a lot of stuff recently, where I think we got to this point where everything was highly polished and all the edges were sanded off and everything was like perfectly curated. Like, look at Mr. Beast videos, right? Like everything is designed down to a T to keep you engaged as long as possible. And I think what happened is people got super burnt out on all that. Like games are doing it. AAA games are like hella polished. Everything is streamlined. Here's what you do. Here's an arrow and a line on the floor to follow. Here's this thing you need. Here's a bag of gear. Here, take this so you don't get left behind. We don't want you to have lower gear, so this next content isn't a little bit challenging for you, right? They do all this stuff. No, you can swear, Vaccine. I wasn't trying to say that. You're all good. I'll just skip over it. I'm not offended by it. I swear a lot. I just have set up this like, I just established this like persona online where I just don't, because I think it's more professional and I don't want, and it's not even that. Like I have no problem swearing. I don't know. I don't explain it. I just don't do it on stream. I don't do it on stream. I don't do it in YouTube videos. That's all. I've actually recently just been swearing more often. I just, because I want to like break out of that persona a little bit. I think a lot of people thought I was religious. I'm the furthest from religious you can be. But a lot of people thought I was really religious. He swears that he swears. Yeah. But yeah, a lot of people thought I was really religious and like, whatever, like because I didn't swear. And so I don't know, it just came off like, it gave off a weird vibe because of that. And so I'm trying to like get out of that vibe. So I don't care if you swear. I don't even know why I need to even say anything about it. I guess I just did because I didn't want you to think I was like a prude and I was like, oh my gosh, please don't swear in my chat. I don't care. Anyway, moving on. Sorry. Anyway, so yeah, I think everything's become really like super polished and super streamlined and very handholdy in games and YouTube and everywhere right now. And so like what's happening is I think there's this shift. There's this weird shift where like I keep getting recommended videos. I'm sure you guys are doing this too, where you're getting like these videos on YouTube. They're like raw, right? It's just someone set up a camera in front of themselves and they just talk for half an hour. And that's it, right? There's like nothing there. There's no like editing really, maybe a few edits here and there. And that's like all there is. And then we also have the same shift where like indie games, like we have all this like friend slop now where people are like, yeah, give me this game where there's like, you know, super janky physics and things are flying everywhere. And that's fine because it's fun, right? It's raw. It's more fun that way. And I think we're seeing a lot of like it's just a lot more like indie games and stuff that are coming out that are like not as polished and that are just like mechanics just thrown together, and they're making money because people are kind of like desensitized, or like maybe they're just overly sensitized to like, what am I trying to say? They're just kind of over like the high level of polish. I think like an old school MMO, also like people are really over like having their handheld and having games like be super easy and like telling you exactly where to go. Like we got to the point where we went from like games like EverQuest, right? Where you literally have to type in chat to talk to was that EverQuest? Yeah, I think it was. Just like type in chat to like talk to an NPC to hopefully hit like the trigger word to get a quest, right? That's freaking like hardcore like RPG, right? That's like some old school hardcore like difficult RPG stuff, you know? And I grew up playing MUDs, like multi-user dungeons, where you were like, it's a text game where you're like typing in everything you do, like walk north. I mean, you could just type N to go north, but still, like you had to like type what you're doing, like look in hole, like grab bag, open bag, equip weapon, or equip sword or whatever, like talk to shopkeeper. Like you had to type everything you did, and that was like, it was so good. Like I love that. And then like we got to the point where we went from that, where we have to type in everything we do, and we had to like talk to a bartender, and you had to like read the quest text and figure out which direction down the road you have to walk and how far and where you turn and which tree they're talking about, to like now you're just like, here's a quest. Oh, don't worry about it. We already auto accepted it for you. Don't worry about it. Oh, and we already like tracked it. And now here's a breadcrumb. It's like that sparkly thing on the ground. Just walk toward that. Oh no, you went off the track a little bit. Here, go back this way. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just we treat gamers like babies now. It's ridiculous. It's gotten so bad. Like retail WoW is like the absolute worst. It's so stupid. And I don't know. I just feel like this game is not going to be that at all. And I think we're getting back to a point where players are like more accepting of like slowed down. And maybe this is just adults. Maybe this is just like millennials who are wanting this. I don't know. And that's just like the headspace I'm in and like the social media sphere I'm in. I don't know. But I just feel like we're at a point where we can get away with less polish, more slow burn games, more grind, more like, I don't know. I just think we just give players a sandbox to play in and like give them like a few hints here and there on which way they're supposed to go, and they'll figure it out, right? That's the goal anyway. God, I'm talking too much. The professional image, good idea. Yeah, no, yeah. That whole thing is just like, I wanted to like work with like publishers and like I want to get like brand deals and stuff like that. Well, not anymore so much, but I used to want to do that. And when I was like trying to get, I don't know, I just thought like I'm gonna be portraying myself online. When I first started streaming, I was still looking for jobs. I was still applying at studios and stuff because I just got out of college for game art. So I was like, yeah, I was just trying to keep like that really professional demeanor, and then it just kind of like stuck, and I was like, I'd rather just not swear when I'm online and not like curse and not be super vulgar, because then I'm not going to offend anybody, you know? I don't think I can offend anybody by not swearing. So that was like the whole idea behind it, and it just kind of stuck, and I just became like a family friendly stream. Plus, you know, at the time when I first started streaming, I had a 3-year-old daughter, you know? And so it was like, I didn't want her watching my content and be like swearing up a storm. Like she already had to like, you know, walk in the room when I was like playing like Overwatch, whatever, and swearing. And so I had to like cut back on that already. So it was just better not to have that stuff online, I guess. So I don't know. It just became what I did. But yeah. Anyway, been playing Fellowships, which is the dungeon crawling loop of WoW. Enjoying that with some friends. Dash, let me ask you this if you're still in here. Sorry, I missed your message probably like 30 minutes ago. How do you feel about the like characters, like having to like, or not like creating your own character in the game, like having it kind of like hero based? We talked about this earlier, and that's my biggest gripe about it, is I feel like if you're playing a game where you're progressing in levels and getting stronger and like stuff like that, then I want that to be my own character and not like a copy. Plus, I don't know, you know what else it is that really bothers me? And this is actually something that really bothers me about MMOs too. And I love Star Wars, and well, not as much anymore, but I used to love, like, be obsessed with Star Wars. Like I have a lightsaber from the Disney like build your own lightsaber thing. I can't think what it's called now. but it's like the really expensive ones. Like I spent way too much money on that thing, but I was hyped about it, right? So I really like Star Wars. But yeah, when the Star Wars MMO came out, I was so excited, and I pre-ordered it or whatever. I don't remember if you pre-order it, but I was like ready. Like day one, my friends and I already had a guild planned out. Like we were ready for this, and we like jumped in and we started playing like right away. But within like a week or two, I'd already give up. Like I'd given up. And you know why? Because I don't mind the hero based system, but I also understand the gripe of not having your own character, because I love my Final Fantasy 14 or Dark Knight. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I haven't played Final Fantasy 14, but yes, I understand what you're saying. I love getting attached to my characters in the game. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. But I think what it is for me is that when I play a game where everyone is the hero and you're given like very hero specific quests and you're called hero and or the champion or whatever, like you are in retail, I think they call you champion a lot. It's like I'm like talking to this NPC and I'm like, do you not realize that there's like all these other people standing around me, they're like crowding on, like sitting on top of each other because we don't have collisions right now, you know, because there's hundreds of players playing this and doing this quest at the same time. They're all the champion and they all have the exact same experience and they've all saved the world several times. I hate that. Like, I don't know, man. I just hate that. Classic WoW, they like, you're literally nobody, and I love it. They throw you into the game and they give you some backstory, and the Stormwind one, the Alliance one is the best, right? Obviously. And they're like, all the heroes have gone off to war, right? They're all out fighting the Horde. So it's up to you to defend Azeroth. So here you go. And you're literally just, that's why Star Wars Galaxy is superior, 100%. I got into Star Wars Galaxy a little too late though. And it wasn't the same for me. Like it was a little, I was a little past the graphics of it, you know? So, it was a little too outdated at the time when I got into it. And I wasn't in this phase of my life where I was like, okay with that. This was the time of my life where I was like, why is this game so ugly? You know? So I wasn't like as accepting of it. So I didn't really get into it, but I definitely played it for a little while. I probably put it like a week or two into it. And I watched a lot of stuff online about it, and I was really excited about it. And I really wish I played it more. I really wish I was there when it like first came out and I was like more into it then. But anyway, when they killed off Star Wars Galaxy and put out Star Wars Old Republic is when Star Wars died to me too. Died to me. Yeah. For me, it was more like I tried my best not to get on the bandwagon of hating the sequels when like Rey and oh god, which ones are they? Is it 9, 10, 11? No, 7, 8, 9. Where? Oh my god, I can't even think of which numbers there are. Whichever, the sequels with Rey came out. I tried my best not to jump on that, and I was like, no, I'm just gonna like the movies for what they are. I love Star Wars. I love the world. I love getting more content, more context and stuff. And the first one came out, and I was like, yeah, this is pretty good. And then I started realizing, like, yeah, they kind of just straight up copied like episode 4. Yeah, so it was 4, 5, 6. So 7, 8, 9. Sorry, my brain. Yep, sorry. I was not in the world of Star Wars at all today, so like trying to jump back into that was confusing. And it's been a while since I've carried. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 4, 5, 8, and 9? What? Are you skipping 7 or 6 and 7? 4.5. 4.5, 8, and 9. I see what you're saying, yeah. Yes. But yeah, that I was like okay with it then, and then when they started releasing more and more like TV series, and I like couldn't keep up, and it just got more and more like less like Star Wars and more like Marvel, I was kind of like, I just can't keep up with all this, and it feels okay, you know what really got me is that we're not telling any new stories. Like I hate that. Like you have a huge like universe of galaxies and like Star Wars stories to be told, millions and billions or billions and billions of like characters that you could tell stories about, but instead we tell stories about like the same 5 people over and over again. We get Obi-Wan, we get Han Solo, we get I don't know, and then like of course Rey couldn't even be a unique character, you know. Of course she had to be someone's granddaughter, you know, has to be the same bloodline. I don't know, I just hated it. That's what got me. It was just like so much fan service. It's just so frustrating. Like, the reason the original trilogy worked so well is because they were fresh characters that people were excited about. They wanted to meet new people. Like, that it was fresh, right? Like, and I understand, like, the prequels are fine because it was, like, telling the rest of the story. That was fine. But, like, we didn't need to extend that. I mean, like, sure, I guess if you want to make episodes 7, 8, and 9, it had to extend the story. I get that. But, like, it was just so frustrating that we couldn't just have new, unique characters. Everything had to be tied to someone else. And that was also, the fan theories were just driving me nuts. Like, what's his name? Finn. Like, everyone's like, oh, he's got to be related to Lando, right? It's got to be. And it was just like, why? Like, just let him be a new character. It's okay. I don't know. Star Wars first lost me when they tried to explain the Force with mitochondria. Midichlorians? Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. So I think me and many other people just optionally pretend that's not a real thing. Midichlorians. I mean, I love mitochondria is the perfect. That was even better. Wow, that's good. Also insane they didn't plan the sequels and each director did their own thing. Dude, yeah. It's so stupid. And it's so stupid because, like, I don't remember which directors did what, but the fact that they, like, switched back to the original director, and instead of him, like, saying, okay, where can we go from here that makes sense, he was just like, nah, screw it, we're going back to my story. Like, and he just decided to just make a 180 and just go right back to it. And it was out of the blue. It didn't make any sense. So stupid. Honestly, I think both directors probably would have done a good job if they would have just stuck with them, right? I don't think it would have mattered which one they chose. I think the story would have been much better if they would have done that. Anyway, sorry, I don't know how we even got onto this. The point is, that we're getting to, is I hate games where it's multiplayer and they make you a damn hero. It's so stupid. Like, don't make me the main character. I'm like, we're playing in a multiplayer game. I want to role play. I want to tell this guy, you know, who my master is, whatever, as a Sith Lord, or a Sith I'm trying to snooze an ad. I want to, like, role play that I have, like, a master as a Sith, right? And if I role play that, because that's the quest I was just on, I don't want everyone to be like, oh yeah, he's my master too. Like, oh yeah, and mine too. Oh yeah, mine too. Like, there's a perfect clip. We're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch the clip. And this is classic WoW. And you know what? Like, you can't, this is never gonna be perfect, right? But this is a great example of this situation, and it's also amazing. So we're gonna watch it if I can find it. But this is, like, such a good example of this problem, right? Like, and we're not gonna watch the Zaryu one. Where is the actual clip? Damn it. Well, we might not actually watch this because I can't find it. It's a clip. I really don't want to watch the here. You know what? No, I don't want to watch this one either. I'm not gonna watch it. It's a clip from this guy Jimmy who was in OnlyFans and made a whole video about his experience in OnlyFans in hardcore classic WoW. Anyway, but the idea is that this guy is one of the players. They're role playing, and he's showing off his staff of Orgrimmar, and he's talking about how it was rewarded to him by War Chief Thrall, and he was super excited about it, and how it's so powerful, and he's the hero, or whatever, right? And then some dude runs past with the exact same staff, and I do not know if this was staged, and I pray to God it wasn't. I don't think it was. But then someone's like, "Oh, doesn't that guy have the same staff?" And he's like, "What? No, it's one of a kind. What are you talking about? There must be a gift shop or something." Like, it's hilarious. It's the best clip. It's so funny. I laughed super hard when I watched it. I'm so sorry we're not going to watch it because I don't know where it is. But anyway, the point is, that stuff's inevitable, right? You have to be a hero in a game eventually. There's going to be a quest where you do this thing that, like, only one person should have been able to do. You know, only one person can defeat the Lich King, right? Only one person can defeat that big monster at the end of the cave. But, like, then he comes back. But, like, there's like a level of, like, disbelief that we're all willing to put up with, you know? But when your entire storyline is revolving around you saving the world, I think it's just so stupid. You know, it's just bad. So Swords and Magic, we literally, and I did not do this intentionally. And in fact, I didn't even realize how similar it was because I thought I came up with this on my own. And I knew this was like the same like story was out there somewhere. I just didn't know how close it was actually to home. So the Swords and Magic main story is that there's a king, King Owen, and this whole section of it is like totally authentic, I think, but not but it's but like the overall gist is like very much ripped right from World of Warcraft. But the overall idea is that there's like a line of kings. A long time ago, this king did this thing. He got cursed, right? He was not a very good guy. He kind of made some bad decisions. So he gets cursed. He gets cursed to go crazy and become wicked or whatever. Then his children carry on the curse, right? It's his whole bloodline. So his child becomes king. He goes crazy, goes kind of nuts, and then he hurts a bunch of people or whatever. Like he does bad things, right? And then he like dies whatever early or young or whatever, and then his child becomes the king. So this goes on for a long time, and they even call this Age of the Mad Kings, or is it Mad Kings? Age of, I don't remember what it was called. I don't think it was Mad Kings. I didn't want that. I didn't want to use that. It was something like that. I can't think. It's been a long time since we talked about this, and it's not even in the game anywhere because it never got to this point. But anyway, that's the idea. And then we have a new king who is like, kind of recognizes that there's something going on here, and he wants to break this chain, wants to break this cycle. So he goes to like his mage, and he's like, we got to figure this out. I know I'm gonna lose my mind when I get older, just like everyone else does, and I don't want that to happen. So he is like the best king ever, and he like sets up a bunch of future systems, whatever, so it doesn't happen, right? And then tries to hunt down and figure out if this is a curse or what's going on and why this is happening. He also vows not to have children, so he doesn't. He adopts children instead, which is, I don't know, seems kind of obvious why people didn't do this before, but like, I guess, whatever. These people were crazy and they were evil, whatever. So anyway, he is like a good king. That's all, as far as I know, all authentic. I mean, sure, there's lots of things out there about mad kings and cursed kings and stuff like that. But anyway, so he goes off and disappears because he doesn't, when he starts feeling the pull of the curse, he flees and decides, put my children in charge, and he leaves. Well, his child is off doing her own adventures thing, and she doesn't want to be in charge. And also she's a girl, and all people are like, well, girls and elves can't be the queen, whatever. Like, can't have queens because humans are kings. Anyway, so she's off doing her own thing. So your goal as a hero, at least this is what's supposed to happen, and this doesn't happen yet, was you're supposed to find her, the queen, the rightful heir or whatever, she's the adopted queen or whatever, to be the new king, the new ruler, right? The new queen. But also, to start, you're supposed to just go find the king, so you can go find him. Anyway, that was the idea. So the idea was, you're not the hero. Arena, the queen, is the hero. She's the princess, whatever. She's the hero. And your goal is to find her. So yeah, you're the hero for finding her. But then through the whole rest of the game, when you're doing all this hard content, like defeating the big bad guy or whatever, who like cursed the king in the first place, when you go to defeat him, you're gonna lose, and she shows up and like saves the day, and she becomes the hero. That was the whole idea. Was like, I don't want players to be the heroes. I want them to be nobodies, and they can work up to becoming a hero, but not the hero. Delusional, but hopefully fun. Yes, Maths, that's the plan. So anyway, that was the whole idea, was that you would be like, she would be the hero. You would just be her sidekick essentially as players. And you would like help put all these things in motion, and you're maybe even in the background, like, you're the true hero here. If not for you, the world wouldn't have been saved. But at the end of the day, everyone celebrates her. You know, she becomes the hero. She's the one that ends up the queen. Everyone puts up statues for her because she saved the world, whatever. And you're just like, cool, I'm glad I did that. You know, I'm glad I was there for that. So anyway, that's the plan. But it's weird because I didn't realize the correlations here, but that's exactly how Warcraft sets it up, right, too. Is you're thrown into this world as a nobody, and you're told, hey, all the important people are off fighting this big war that's way more important than what you're doing. So can you go defeat Hogger? He's this guy who's just bothering people in the woods. Like, I know it's not a big deal. You're probably going to die anyway because you suck at this, and like, you're a low level nobody, but like, try it, right? The only delusion is not following your dreams. Ryan, what would I do without you, man? Thank you. Thanks for keeping me motivated. I agree though. That's kind of where I'm at. It's like, I've been making games for 20 years. It seems silly to not make the game I've been wanting to make since the beginning, since I feel like I mostly have the know-how and the ability to do it now. And if it takes me another 10 years, so be it. This is what I want to do. It's fine. I don't care how long it takes. It's as long as I'm having fun, right? If I start hating it, then I'm going to quit. And that's fine too. If I decide one day, you know what, I think I'm going to go become a pro skateboarder instead, then I can do that. I can pursue that path. But yeah, the point is that I have enough experience under my belt, and I've made enough games, and I made money from making games, and I have an audience and all this stuff to know that I'm delusional, right? That's the difference. I think if I was a brand new dev and I'm like, guys, I'm just learning Unreal Engine, I'm gonna make an MMO, then that's a different story. That's a different kind of a delusional that we got. That's a problem, right? You're 40, Maz? I thought you and I were the same age. Dude, you can't be 40. You look like you're like at least 5 years younger than me. Well, I don't know. I haven't seen you in a long time. Maybe you've aged. Maybe you've aged like bread. I don't know. Lordy, lordy, look who's 40. Heck yeah. How's the MMO coming along? Those roof shingles look nice AF. Yeah, that's an asset pack. I didn't make that, so don't get too excited. But there's a good chance that this is going to end up in the game, at least in the beginning. The only problem is that these buildings, whoops, sorry, have no interior. Oh, actually, they do have an interior, but they're not like, I mean, like, I guess I was just surprised to see they had like a wood interior for the roof, like that was intended, but I guess not. Yeah. So I guess, yeah, they don't have an interior. Do they have interiors though? Maybe they have buildings that actually are big enough for an interior. What's this? Nope. I don't think so. So this is going to be a problem. I didn't think about this because we definitely need interiors to our buildings. Yeah, we're gonna have to make our own. That's probably fine though. But we are probably gonna buy this pack. Which has a whole bunch of interior stuff. So, and it has walls. It has walls and ceilings and floors and stuff. So we can do all that. It's just the exterior is gonna be a bit of a problem. And I do think like places like the city and stuff, we can definitely have buildings that don't have interiors. Like we can have some buildings. So we can probably reuse some of those. But also, one thing to consider is World of Warcraft has the weirdest level design. And I thought about this all as a kid and wondered why this was happening. But especially when I got a little older. But like World of Warcraft, everything is huge. Like just like a basic building is like massive, right? And then like, just like everything in the game is just huge. Like the roads are like super wide and huge, like paths are huge, like everything is really big. And I think that's just to accommodate a lot of players, right? But also I think that part of it is for the camera. Because, and I'll admit this, I think that the camera is kind of janky in WoW. In Classic, we're gonna open it again. I'm gonna close Painter though. I think we've established that Painter is probably not the way to go, right? Can we all agree that? Like, I like the masking features. I think we can do that in 3D Coat, but I think we just gotta paint it. Like, which is weird they call it Substance Painter, but like, Substance Painter is a lot cheaper. It's half the price as 3D Coat, but I think we're just biting the bullet. We're doing 3D Coat, learning the right way. Discard that. Let's log into Sagarteria. Like, pretty obvious. Maybe her nav mesh too? Yeah. But that is one thing that I've always wondered, like, about WoW, is like, why is it so big? Like, cause like Swords of Magic is not that big, and but I will also admit that I think a lot of the stuff in Swords of Magic is too small. I think we went too small with a lot of things. Like, I don't think the zones are too small. I mean, they probably are, but like, I'm glad they were small enough so we could pack more stuff into them. But that's not the plan for the MMO. Like, we're gonna have much bigger zones, I'm sure, and we'll have being more spread out. But look at this Abbey. Like maybe from here it doesn't look that bad, but you start looking up at it and you're like, this is pretty big. And the amount of like space inside this thing is like, it's like not necessary. I think it's for the camera. I honestly think that a lot of the space they built into this game is for the camera. Like look how big and how tall these hallways are. I also love that each one of these like wings of the thing has a title. Look how big this table is. Look how big these books are. Like these are freaking huge. They're like 3 feet tall. These books are huge. Look at this candlestick. In Swords of Magic, I would never build a candlestick this tall. I would have been like, oh my god, that thing's like 4 times bigger than it needs to be. But it works so well in WoW, and it's fine. So these are the kinds of things like we need to think about. Like this bookshelf. Look at these. Look at these books. Who can reach this? And look at this stack of books. Like part of me like thinks that maybe like the people who like did the decorations in these, you know what? No, I know what it is. They needed to fill the space, right? So they made things bigger. So instead of making like a whole bunch of piles of books everywhere, right, and decorating the space, they just threw, because they couldn't put a ton of stuff in here, right? You ain't reading that book at 70 pounds, right? It's so nice to see you all working on a project again. You know what? Xander, right? Xander? I don't know, man. I think I went through this phase where I was like really jaded about game development, because Swords of Magic was doing really well, and then suddenly it just started like dropping off, and I had to let the team go because we ran out of money, and I felt really guilty about it, and like I also kind of felt like I kind of like lost control of the project for a while. I don't know. I was just struggling like hard. And I just couldn't like get things to like feel better. I don't know. I think I was like way burnt out for a long time. And I think I know I'm burnt out on Swords of Magic right now, but I think I like never actually lost that burnout. I think I just got really burnt out over the time. And I think part of it is just knowing that I was stuck on the same project for so long. And I feel like I was like stuck. Like I could not leave or like quit working on it because people were like waiting for it to get done. It's in early access still. And I still feel like that. But I kind of just got to the point where I was like, why are there so many high level characters here? Oh, right. There is a quest here. I remember that quest. But I kind of got to the point where it was like, I don't know, like I think what it was is like I would like wait to like put an update out or something would happen or whatever, and we get like 3 people in the Discord talk about it. This person just like bumped shoulders with me on purpose. Come on. Jeez. Anyway, but I kind of started realizing like no one's noticing, you know, like no one is caring about Swords of Magic. Like no one is caring that I don't put updates out. No one is noticing when there's a bug. Like I found a couple bugs that were like long-term bugs that were like kind of a big deal that no one had reported. And I was like, this is kind of wild that no one noticed these bugs. We have all these players playing, but no one's noticed these bugs yet. And I think I just kind of like got to the point where I was like, why do I care so much if people like don't get exactly what they asked for, you know, in the beginning or whatever? Like the game is already 10 times bigger than it was ever supposed to be, at least. Like it's so much bigger. And I think I just got to the point where I was like, I'm never going to make that. Like it's never going to be like, I'm never going to be able to put all the features and stuff in that we promised that we wanted to put in. So like, why are we so worried about it? Let's walk over here. I want to look at more big things. Like look at these trees. Like this tree is so big. Like these are like redwoods. I think it's because they had to fill the space with things, and they had to take camera into account, combat into account, and poly count, right? Anyway, I just got really burnt out, and when I was streaming, like working on Swords Magic and stuff, I was super burnt out, and I just feel like I wasn't having fun working on like anything anymore. I didn't want to work on the game, so when I was streaming it, I just wasn't having fun and wasn't enjoying it. And I think all that just like it showed, right? I think my personality went from like passionate game developer who's excited about making this game to someone who like was jaded. I was just jaded, and I saw like Swords of Magic wasn't making money anymore, and I kept seeing all these other games that were just like, you know, fly by night operations and just like churned out in like a couple months, and I'm like, how did I spend 6 years, 7 years on this game and it's making like no money, and this guy makes a game in like 3 weeks and makes $1 million, you know? So like, I think I was just super jaded and super upset and like just not fun to be around. And I streamed that whole time, and I just burnt out. It just wasn't good. So yeah, so now like I'm kind of at the point where it's like, I just think I'm just gonna make whatever the hell I want, and because I'm gonna do what I want to do and have fun with it, you know? And if that means I have to make a new game, I'm working on an MMO that's like crazy, and if that means that 6 months from now I'm like, I'm gonna take a break from this, I mean, poor Maz, right? Hopefully that doesn't happen. But yeah, like I'm gonna do what I have to do. And if I get to the point where I'm not having fun streaming, I'm just gonna stop streaming too. Sorry. But I think I'd rather just not stream than stream and be like a grumpy asshole about it, you know? So, I don't know, this place is huge though. So yeah, this is something we need to think about. These buildings are massive. All of the structures in the game are huge. And I do wonder if like, I know it's a bunch of different things, but I wonder how much of that we need to worry about. Like, I do think we need to worry about camera. That's the biggest thing with Swords of Magic is look at this fountain. Like when you're just running past, it's just like, oh yeah, there's a fountain right here. I guarantee if someone first of all, I probably wouldn't even remember there was a fountain here. I've run past this like 100 times probably, at least 100, 200 times, 300 times probably in my life. But I bet I would have not even thought there was a fountain there. But if you told me there was, I'd be like, oh yeah, okay. And if you asked me like, can you draw it or like something like that, or like give me the scale or whatever, I would have thought it was like probably 20% of this size. Like I would have drawn it like to here, like the height of it to here, you know, like this tiny thing. It's wild how big everything is, but it feels normal. Like it feels fine when you're running past it. Can you imagine how long it would have taken to like build this thing? That's fine. We don't care about that. But yeah, my point is, I wonder how much of this is due to like limitations, like hardware limitations, and how much of this is due to time limitations, and how much of this is due to like camera work. You know what I mean? I'm with you. If you don't feel like streaming, don't. Yeah. Well, I didn't on Tuesday so Tuesday I was like still kind of in the middle of like, how am I going to do this texture work stuff? And I didn't want to like be playing in Substance and like guessing, you know? I don't know. I just felt weird about it. So I didn't want to stream. I felt like I had nothing to talk about. And last Thursday I streamed and I felt like I had nothing to talk about. I just want to do like design stuff. And we did that for like an hour. And then I was like, I don't know what else to do. Like, I'm not having fun just talking to myself about things I want to put in the game. Like, that's like, I love the idea of like the blue sky phase where you're just like coming up with ideas, but it just feels empty when I had like nothing I could like work on. So I didn't want to stream. So I didn't. And it was fine. And I actually got stuff done. So it was fine. All right. Blacksmith from here looks like a perfectly normal sized blacksmith. But if I guarantee if I modeled this and put it in the game, it would have been half this size. Because it just doesn't seem like it needs to be this huge. But look at this. Like, look how tall this doorway is. I literally can jump, and I can jump almost, you know, my entire height, and I still can't hit my head on it. It's huge. But when you're inside, my camera actually has space to move around. This camera snapping. In Swords of Magic, we started doing this thing where if we had like rafters and stuff on the ceiling, we put an invisible plane down over it so the camera wouldn't pop against each one of the rafters. And that was a real big problem because our buildings were so small. That's probably one of my biggest issues with Swords of Magic, and one thing I would like to fix, but it's like at this point it would feel really weird if I released a new zone, if we ever do that, with like huge buildings that were like 3 times as big as the other buildings. It'd feel weird and not like it wouldn't like fit. But also, like, look at these anvils. I definitely would have made these anvils like half this size. I guess that's this size. Yeah, this one seems about right though. I don't know. Things are big. These shields are way too big, right? Aren't they? And here's this gigantic longsword again. That's literally the same height as a freaking halberd. Anyway, yeah, the inn is huge too. I honestly think a big part of it is camera work. And then I think the reason that a lot of things inside are big, like see, like this stuff looks normal. It's still big. It looks normal until you get up to it, and then you realize how big it actually is. Like, this is a huge bookshelf. It's twice the size of the player. 12-foot tall bookshelf. Can anyone fit a 12-foot tall bookshelf in their house? I think I get caught off a chat, sorry. I felt like, wait, hold on. Never gonna reach top shelf. I felt like things I would bring up bug-wise, the mods would just say I was wrong or that it was already reported. Ended up feeling like, what is the point in reporting? It definitely showed. So yeah, no. Like a lot of things that get reported are things that we already know about, or they're things that are minor, like so minor that it's not worth fixing. And the reason for that mostly is the burnout, to be honest. So for example, I have an entire, like a whole Trello full of bugs. Like there's tons of bugs on it. Pull it up. So this is our Trello, right? These are new bugs that have been reported recently and have not been categorized yet. So they need to go in one of these categories. But look at all these categories we have. All this, everything over here is like stuff like ideas or things we've promised and have not got in yet, right? Competition winners. Oh, okay. Competition winners, Kickstarter rewards, stuff we haven't done yet. Patreon design and NPC tier, stuff that we did that I regret and then we now have to make, right? Like Patreon names we have to put in for NPCs that I still haven't done. All kinds of stuff. There's so much stuff in here that I still have to do. That's all the stuff that burns me out, that makes me feel super guilty, and I feel like I have to do all this stuff before we can finish the game, before I can call it finished, right? Then we have all of these. This is gameplay mechanics. There's 23 bugs just in here. Some of these are like done, right? Some of these are labeled severe, like what's this one? You can duplicate using community chests. Probably shouldn't have read that one online. That probably wasn't a good one to read. I think I actually fixed that, but like, there's so many things in here that it's like, how am I even supposed to fix this? You know, there's a lot of things I don't even know how to fix. They're just sitting here and I'm like, it's not game breaking, so I'll work on it later, but like, I don't even know how to fix it. But yeah, there's tons of stuff in here. But yeah, and so like the reason, like, and a lot of things you report have already been reported. They're one of these bugs in here somewhere, right? Or this section right here is like all the stuff we're actually working on. These are things that I thought I fixed and were not fixed, right? These are things that have been fixed and we're waiting to approve to make sure they're actually fixed before they can be confirmed as fixed. These are things that have been fixed and confirmed and like need to be we had to get rid of them. This is all just skill tree stuff. We have more skill tree stuff over here somewhere, I think. Actually, maybe not, but yeah. Anyway, there's a ton of bugs, right? And so, yeah, I don't think anyone's trying to like push you off, but also if you want to report a bug, you need to do it through the forum. So, and that's the thing that like actually does irritate me. And like, no offense, I'm not trying to like be rude or anything, and I'm not like upset about it, but it irritates me because we get a lot of people who come into the bug support channel, not bug report channel, bug support channel, which is a channel literally there to say, hey guys, I'm trying to do this quest and this thing's not working. Is this a bug? Or, hey guys, I think this is a bug. Should I report it? Or, hey guys, I've stuck on this quest. I think it's a bug. Is there any way I can get past it without waiting for an update, right? That's what the bug support channel is for, to talk about bugs. Talk about bugs, ask if you report bugs. Then, if you actually want to report a bug, don't do it there because it will be forgotten. Like, as soon as someone else says something and it goes off the screen, it's gone. I don't scroll through there and gather up bugs to try to fix. I don't. I can't do that, right? It's too much reading and it would take me hours and hours to find a bug to fix. So yeah, so that place is a place to talk about it. So don't report bugs there. If you want to report a bug, report it, go for it. And if it gets reported more than once, go for it. But also, that's annoying too, because then I'm like, wait, is this a bug? Haven't we fixed this already? I thought I'd fixed this like last week or whatever. And sometimes it's like, oh yeah, I've already fixed this. We just drop it in the completed thing or verify and fixed whatever, or just delete it. And that's fine. But yeah, so if you want to report a bug, do it. But it is kind of nice to go into bug support and ask if it's a bug first. And then if the mods tell you like, oh no, don't worry about reporting that, there's a reason. It's either because I've already fixed it, it's not something I'm going to fix, or it's one of those things where this is like a unique situation where it only happens to someone every 1 year, you know, or every year, 2 years, or whatever. And it's like, it would take me hours and hours to go through and try to hunt down exactly how to fix it. And there's 1,000 other bugs that I need to fix first that are more important. So that's probably why. Anyway, moving on, sorry. Not so many things. It's okay. I'm making these tools to work for many MMOs, so if you gotta take a break, it's okay. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I guess that's the nice thing about it, Moz. And I'm also not paying you, you know? Like, we need to figure that out, by the way. We definitely do need to figure out, if we ever release this game, how we're gonna split this up, but and like where we're gonna release it and how we're gonna release it and whatever. But we'll figure that out. Anyway. But yeah, you're not being paid, so you know, you're not under any contract or anything, so you could take all this stuff and yeah, you made it. So what am I gonna do? So anyway, I'm with you. If you don't feel like streaming, don't. WoW camera is also zoomed out a crazy amount, so it's also nice. It's nice that everything's big. Yeah, I mean, you can play in first person though. Yo, I don't know who the hell would. I feel like I'd get sick playing in first person after a while. It's also like so smooth. I feel like I'm just like, I feel like I'm on a treadmill running in first person. It's weird. Anyway, yeah. Maybe go look at retail and see if the scaling has changed. Oh no, it's still huge. Pretty sure. What do you think of the game Gadonia 2? I haven't played it yet. I played the first Gadonia. I played Gadonia right after Swords of Magic launched, because it launched afterward, I think. And I felt like Gadonia was it felt like Swords of Magic, but way sloppier. I'm not trying to be like rude to the dev or anything. Like, I personally felt like, I felt like it was like what Swords of Magic was trying to be, but like a worse version of it, with slightly more detailed art. Because I think they were using, at least the time, I think they might have changed it now. I think they were using the Cinti packs. And so I felt like it was just kind of an asset flip. Like, it just wasn't all that great. It was okay. I couldn't really get super invested in it. And at the time, I think I was very much comparing a lot of games to Swords of Magic, and I was struggling to like enjoy games that were like Swords of Magic, because I was like, why is this game doing so much better than Swords of Magic is? Because like Swords of Magic is better than this. And I don't know if it actually was, but it was difficult for me to like enjoy those games because of that, because I was like bitter about it for a long time. Anyway, I feel better about it now. I don't really care about it anymore. I don't care about comparing it to other games anymore. Someone just turned the lights on and off. This is World of Warcraft, by the way, and we're just looking at it because we're trying to replicate a lot of stuff from World of Warcraft for our own game. Anyway, but yeah, I've not played Gadonia 2 yet, but I've heard good things, and I probably would like it. I probably like it a lot. Everything in third person is oversized. Most ceilings are super high to account for the camera. Yeah, not in Swords of Magic. We did that. We did bad. We did a bad thing in Swords of Magic. I don't think it's terrible in Swords of Magic, but we definitely could have made things bigger. There's a series of vanilla WoW maps that show a heat map of all the mobs in each zone based on level. Feeding the images into it with an AI like Gemini 3 Pro and asking interesting questions about it. If you can learn a lot of intentional design choices, not just with mob placement, but also the map design itself and how it reflects on why this here and there. Also, different zone level brackets, like drastically different. You realize we're not just copy and paste. That's interesting. Yeah, so that is interesting because yeah, that's definitely something to look into for sure. So like, yeah, because we have, why is this so dark? Oh, it's this map. I forgot I added a new add-on for this map and I don't like it. Let's turn it off. What is it called though? I don't know what it's called. Enhanced world map. One sec. Remember the first time I became aware of how everything was oversized was in the OG Max Payne. Interesting. We were talking about people not reporting bugs. That's why I know me and my partner didn't. How many other people felt rejected and didn't want to report anymore? I mean, but here's the thing, right? If you're reporting bugs via the in-game bug report form, like is intended, you wouldn't feel rejected because no one is telling you not to. If you're going into the Discord and reporting bugs in the improper way, then yes, the mods are probably going to tell you to do it the right way. So I can't feel too bad about that because like, if you're following the correct channels, you can report 100 bugs and no one's going to say a thing to you because no one even knows you reported them except me who gets the bug reports. So, and I'm not trying to defend whoever like maybe told you not to report bugs, but there's a chance that the bugs you're reporting were things that were either already fixed, were already known and were being fixed, were things that were not going to be fixed, or they were not bugs. They were like one-off design choices or something like that, right? Like it could be anything. So it depends. But again, you shouldn't have been reporting them in the bug support channel anyway. That's not a place to report bugs. So if you were asking if you should be reporting them and people were telling you no, then that's fine, I guess. It just, I don't know. Hang on. Sorry, I'm back. I like to sneeze in private. It's a personal thing for me. Anyway, I'm sorry, NCO. I hope no one made you feel like you shouldn't be reporting bugs. You're more than welcome to report bugs, and I hope you do because that's how the game gets better. Just know that right now I am like, so that is one of the big problems of the game with me right now, not the game. Whenever I release an update, it breaks things. It always breaks a bunch of stuff, and it turns into so whenever I release an update, I get really excited because I get to see like people like Pearl stream it, and I get to see like Colleen make videos on it, and I hope that other people make content, but no one ever does, right? Not anymore. And so the reason to make games, first of all, I do like making games, but Swords and Magic is boring to me now, right? I've been making it for a long time, been working on it forever, and it's no longer exciting for me to like work on it because it's like I've already done all this and now I'm just making more of the same content to get this game finished. So to me it's just a chore now. It's not super exciting. So yeah, so when I release an update, I'm like, oh my god, this update's almost done, it's so cool, I love all these new features, this is really cool. I release it, and then the only satisfaction I get is if Colleen plays it and discovers it, which usually takes like a few more weeks, or if people get hyped about something cool in the Discord, which is why I put so many secret things in the game, because people go crazy in the Discord and start talking about it and theory crafting, and I love that. And it gets people like talking about the game, and that makes me feel like I did something cool, right? And this is all just 100% me needing validation, right? And I admit that, and I have no problem with it. I don't think it's I don't think it's a bad thing. I think people should be validated sometimes. Like I think it's fine to want that. But the problem is with a game like this, that consumes like all of my time and working on it for 7 years, and we have like a handful of players who play it. If I release an update, no one streams it, no one makes YouTube content except for Colleen, which I 1,000,000% really appreciate, which is why she's in the game now and she deserves it. And I love her content, and I watch most of the videos she puts out. Sometimes, no, I watch most of them. Anyway, the new MMO looks great. Thank you. Yeah, we're really cooking with it. We're almost finished actually. Someone just randomly gave me a blessing of might. That was nice of them. Thanks, pal. Was it you? That was such a long delay to say that. Anyway. I love role-playing in World of Warcraft, and I love going way over the top with it, like way too much. It's just funny to me. If we ever actually do start streaming WoW, which I'm really considering doing, I think that's what we're going to do, is we're going to like really role-play. We're going to role-play the hell out of our character. We're going to like come up with a whole backstory, and we're going to like pick like, these are our character like traits and flaws, and we're going to play into those, and like, we'll never kill a wolf because we had a pet wolf growing up or something. You know what I mean? Like things like that. Like create like gameplay restrictions out of it. It's fun. Anyway, moving on. So yeah, the problem was, if you make a game that you enjoy and want to make, then your passion will show through. Ignore the negative and try to read into what the person is expressing instead. Yeah, no, I agree with that. So okay, but yeah, the problem was that I was saying is when I release a update, I get excited because I want people to play it and I want people to be excited about it. But the enjoyment I get out of it is seeing people play the game, right? That's what most game devs want, that, right? They want to see someone play their game and see their face light up and see them try to figure out a puzzle or a challenge or struggle with a boss fight or whatever it is, right? They want to see them experience that content because they created that for people to experience. Which is why like writing a book would be really tough for me, because like you can't just sit and watch someone read a book. You know what I mean? Like I always like, that's on my bucket list. I want to write a book. I want to write a novel one day. I just do. But anyway, that would be difficult because it's not the same as watching someone play a game, which is why making games is so good. Anyway, but yeah, like the problem is that when I release that update that I worked so hard on, it breaks a bunch of stuff. And then I don't get to see anyone play the game because no one streams it anymore. No one makes YouTube content anymore. I don't get to, like, most of the time it's chat talking about one secret or something like that, which is cool, in Discord for a little while. I do get to see like a handful of people like have servers up, which is neat. It's nice seeing people play. It sucks because like most of the time I'll join like an open world and open an open server and I'll just get kicked from it immediately. And I'm like, I made the game. You guys can't kick me. It's not fair. Anyway, but then like, yeah, like all the cool things that I used to get about releasing updates that we used to be so hyped about when the game was really popular and making money and people were playing it. It was super cool seeing that kind of stuff. I don't get that anymore. And so all I get now is like a massive list of bugs, you know, like oh, hey, release this thing and you added this new feature and now all this other stuff is broken. And it's like, oh yeah, we didn't think about testing that because like, why would that be broken? You know? So then I spend the next like 3 or 4 weeks fixing all those bugs, releasing a patch, and then that introduces more bugs or more things that I missed or other bugs like show up or whatever. And then I do that. And so I spend like 3 months making an update. And then I spend like 3 to 6 months like fixing bugs to that update. And then another 3 months being burnt out and not wanting to touch the game anymore. So it's so difficult to make this game anymore. So yeah, anyway, yeah, you're more than welcome to report bugs. I'm not trying to say don't report bugs because it bums me out and then I don't want to work on the game. It is what it is. Love chickens. The chickens are tiny with huge feet. People were complaining. I saw this thing the other day about how like World of Warcraft has like creatures with like 5 polygons, whatever. And I love it, man. Like, I think that's the best thing. And look how freaking expressive they got those 5 polygons to be. Look at that animation. It's so good. That guy almost just stepped on my chicken. I don't know, man. I think people complain about dumb things. They're always like vocal minorities. I think a lot of people really love the art in this game. In fact, so much so that I've like, a lot of the big streamers who play it right now mention things like, they hope that if they do WoW Classic, they don't ever update the graphics. Like, people love the old school graphics. Here we go. This is the rabbit. This is the rabbit's the worst. Stop hopping. Stop. Oh my God, stop. Dude. It's like a diamond. It's like a box. And then its feet are like boxes. There you go. It's like a yeah, there's literally like 20 polygons. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm 100% gonna die. Anyway, I'm dead and I'm dazed because I'm running. Got it. I survived. Look at me go. Anyway, but yeah, I'm a little burnt out on Swords and Magic. Sorry. What's this? Oh, this is this guy's pet. I was confused. Anyway, yeah, the world's big. But it's wild though. Like, I'm here. And if I want to go to up here, like, look how long. Oh, that I forgot we were talking about mob placement, right? Mob placement and like quest placement and stuff like that. And I will say, especially like in like Duskwood, Westfall, even Red Ridge, like Red Ridge has like a castle right in the middle, right? I won't be able to show you. Red Ridge has like a castle like right here, and it seems like this is a cool place to go check out. But when you get up there, it's a bunch of level 25 elite mobs, And you can't do those quests until you're at least in a group at like level 25 or like level 30 or so, right? You just can't do it. And you always pull like more than one. They're always in huge packs. Like it's crazy hard. And it's like, that is a weird thing to me. Like, why did they do that? Why did they design this content in a level like 15 to like 20 zone? Why are there 25 elite mobs that are like so hard to kill here? But like, I think it's just group content, right? But it would be interesting to like break that down and see what the design choice was for that. As Paxian was saying. Different zone level brackets, like drastically different. You realize they're not just copy paste. Yeah, I think a lot of it is designed. Here's what I think though. This was basically the first MMO, right? Like there's MMOs before this, but they weren't, and I don't know how much like was, like I don't know if EverQuest was like super analyzed when they're making WoW, but I honestly think Blizzard was a pretty new company. Like they made Warcraft, right? 1, 2, and 3. So like they had experience with like those games, but those games were not MMOs, not even close. And I truly think that a lot of this design, a lot of the stuff they designed in World of Warcraft was them just winging it. Like I truly do. I know that sounds like maybe that's like a little bit of like copium, I guess, but because like hoping that like it's not actually as hard as it seems. But I think a lot of it was just winging it. Thanks. Anyway, okay, let's Fuku play now. Anyway, yeah, my only concern is like a lot of these things are gonna be like true to size. And I don't know if that means we have to like scale all this up or if it's fine. I think it'll probably be fine. We'll see though. I think the buildings are gonna have to be scaled up. I'm gonna have to make bigger buildings than we think. But that's okay. And I think we can, honestly, I can probably go into Maya and like tear these into pieces and make a modular kit from them. Pretty easy. Which is allowed. You're allowed to edit assets in Fab under their licensing, so that'll be great. So we'll probably do that. That'll probably be a lot easier. Or you know what? Screw that. I'm not gonna do that. That's stupid. We'll just make our own assets and then just UV them to their textures, because that's the whole idea, right? Like look at all these textures they have. MI roof tiles. Beautiful. There's roof tiles. Materials. Is textures under here? Oh, I must have put things in a weird place. So it's probably... I don't know where it's at. Find it. Yeah, like we have all of these textures to work with. And I can easily replicate these. It is interesting they made variations of the wood instead of just making like a grayscale wood, and they can change it through material instances, but maybe that's actually a good thing. Because I will say going into material instances can become a bit of a curse. It can kind of be a hindrance eventually if you have too many of them. But yeah, we can probably replicate this pretty well, pretty easily. This is just like scribbled in here. But I like it. I like the style. What I want to do is I'm gonna try to like when I start making armor, I'm gonna try to like look at these textures. Like, look how simple this is. I wonder. This isn't a lot of textures. I wonder if replacing some of these would be a good idea. Like, especially like that one. Like, that was pretty simple. This one's good. I like this one. Like, what is this? Is this for trees? It's probably for trees, right? I don't like this one with like the normal map on it. I don't love this. Probably this one, right? I can't tell. I don't think so. Definitely not that one. this one. There's a normal map on it. So I could probably just take that off. Oh, that just puts a default one in. Uh-oh, I think I just crashed the engine. Sorry. One was made by one person and has a couple people now for Gadonia too. Okay. Bringing up because Gadonia's style seems like what you were trying to replicate. You said it yourself. You were crapping on yourself. If you make a game that you enjoy and want to make, then your passion will show through. Ignore the negative and try to read into what the person is expressing instead. Okay. I like when MMOs have you go back to older zones instead of one and done. Totally agreed. Damn, your art is amazing. Not my art, unfortunately. I'm sorry. I wish I could take credit. It's not. This is really ugly, but this is my art. These guys are really ugly. They don't have textures yet. And I'm still super early in like trying to figure out how to build them. But yeah, this is my art. I actually am an 3D artist, and my last game I did all the art for. This game, because it's an MMO and it's going to be huge, I'm cutting a lot of corners. So we are using assets in places where it makes sense. Obviously, we want to make our own characters because it just gives us more control, and it's hard to find like game characters that are like built for MMO that match the style we want. We're going for like a more low poly, like retro, kind of like old school vibe. So yeah, so these guys look weird because they have like a bunch of different layers on. I'll explain that right now. So how this works is we're stealing the MMO or the World of Warcraft like old school framework, like our art pipeline. Not stealing, we're following it. So we have a character mesh, right? Cool. And then we have all of these pieces, which are silhouette changing things. So what you would do, or what the plan is right now, is we grab our base character, and when we want to, let's say we want to make a rogue, so we'll grab like a coif or whatever this is, and a belt, and some pants, and maybe these boots right here, and then we can like solo this out. And we're like, cool, that's what our rogue outfit's gonna look like. And then we grab it all and we export it and we drop it into our painting program, and then I paint a texture on it, right? We just paint our armor. And then we have all these different pieces, and they're UV'd in different locations, and the rest of this will just be transparent. So when we layer it onto our characters in game, like this guy right here, we'll have all these like armor pieces. You can see this very well. Yeah, these. So I can go in here and just say, like, I want to equip these gloves. Boom. And then it just shows up. So this guy has all the same pieces these do, right? It's just that they're all masked out based by the material. And then we can pick a pair of boots. Boom. There's our boots. And then we can do a cloak. There we go. So now we have armor on, right? Yes, these look awful because they're just flat colors thrown on here. But the idea is we'll have like actually texture painted. So what I'll do is I'll just put all this in here. You can see all the UVs laid out. This is just the body, so I can paint the whole body. So I can do this like chest and legs and everything. We'll paint it in 3D, whatever. Anyway, and then the rest of this will just be transparent, and then we can layer them. So we'll say, hey, equip these gloves, and this is the glove section right here. Oh no, this is the glove section in the red. These are the boot. No, this is the chest section. So the chest section, we'll see like this portion of the chest, right? Whatever, like these parts of the UVs will be all masked out or whatever. And then this thing right here, and a like layer on top. So we'll have like these layers, like a paper doll sort of. So that's the idea. And I spent like the last 3 weeks like just planning this whole thing out and designing it, which is just taking way too long, but I also have other things going on too. So we're finally to the point where I think we're ready to throw this into 3D coat once I buy it. I'm using the trial right now and testing it to see if I can make sure I'm 100% positive we want to do it, because it's $450. We've saved up $300 so far in the donation goal over there. Nope, over there. That side. For it. And so yeah, we are almost there, and I think I have the money to cover the rest of it if we need to. So I know I do. So yeah, we'll probably buy that. I don't know. I'm leaving for vacation this weekend, so I'm probably gonna wait till we get back, because I don't know if there's a point in buying it and then going on vacation. But yeah, that's the plan. And then we'll be texture. Then I'll paint like a whole texture. We'll drop this in the 3D coat. I'll paint everything on here, and we'll have a whole like texture set for like our bandit or something, right? And then we can drop these pieces everywhere. So like we'll have like, then we'll have bandit gloves, and we'll have bandit boots and bandit pants and bandit belt and a bandit shirt and a whatever. And then I can model shoulder pieces and a helmet. I kind of, not gonna lie to you, I'm kind of tempted to do a hood. Like I kind of want to model a couple hoods so we can just toggle those on for helmets. So we won't have a mesh, we'll just have like the thing turn on. That way the hood can be attached to the body and like weight painted. So when the player like turns his head or looks up or whatever, the hood doesn't like, the whole hood doesn't like move up and like show underneath of it, right? Maz, if you're still in here, what do you think of that? But yeah, Wolf, I agree. We don't really have this locked down yet, but we have talked about this. I really like the idea of, I'm gonna take this guy's stuff off because he looks ridiculous. Oh. This poor guy. I hit back on it. It filled the whole thing with boots for some reason. There we go. Anyway, I kind of like the idea that like, so we have a whole like test world going on here. This is all just for tests. I'm gonna rebuild this whole thing from scratch when we're actually ready to do this. This would be ridiculous to use this. This is just a sample world for this asset pack. But it does have a lot of assets in it, which is nice. Like we have these cool like hexagonal like pillar rocks, which are really cool, and I wanted to put in Swords of Magic for a while. I never got around to it. We have these cool like dark zone, like corrupted or whatever. I don't know. This is cool. I'm excited about this area. Then we have the desert, which looks great. And there's a whole like desert's cool. We also have like this whole oasis over here, which is neat. Also these really cool like fog cards that are going on. They look great. So yeah, I'm really excited about this. But my idea, what I was thinking is, we have like a level 1 to 10 zone, right? Like you start out and you're like, here's the little tutorial zone. This is like the beginner zone. So we leveled to 10 or whatever. And then you can go to the next zone. But tucked away in that zone, like we might have, like, let's say there's like a main path, and then along that path is everything's like level like 3 to 8, you know, somewhere like low level stuff. So let's say it's this area. I'll just use this as an example. So this area is all level like, you know, maybe up to 6, right? That's it. And then you go across this bridge, now you have like level like 8 to like 12 or something like that maybe, right? But maybe like up here on this hill or somewhere over here, or like maybe on these little floating islands or something, I don't know. We probably want floating islands, but maybe like tucked away somewhere, maybe even over here, like there's like a little cave or something. In here, there's like suddenly like level like 25 or 30 monsters, right? And you walk in there and you're just like, whoa, I'm dead, right? Or I can't kill these guys. They're way too high level. I don't even know what level they are. They're question marks for me, whatever. And you take off, right? And maybe we have a couple little pockets like that, right? So there's like a couple areas where there's like super high level mobs or whatever. But you can't do anything with that, right? You just leave. And then you go to the next zone, you level up for a while. And then pretty soon you get a quest in a high level zone to fight these mobs. And it tells you head back to the red forest or whatever, you know, whatever these are called, the Everwoods, whatever. And you come all the way back here and you're like, these are the mobs. Oh, these are the guys that I couldn't kill. They're way too high level. I get to kill them now. And that's that quest. So now and if we do that kind of sort of thing where we have like different tiers in each zone, which I'm sure World of Warcraft does this to an extent a little bit. But like the idea is like we have different like tiers in each zone. So there's like a little pocket of like mobs that are much harder with some quests or whatever in there. And then you get sent back between those zones. So that way you have higher level players coming back to the early level zones to do that content. So you're like mixing and matching and intermingling players. Hang on. Sorry, my allergies are going nuts today. I don't know why. Anyway, I like the idea of like having high level and low level players intermingling, because then low level players get to see cool armor and stuff. High level players get to like buff lower level players and like give them cool stuff, or like give them advice or help them, stuff like that. Like that'll be cool. We don't want to do too much of that because we don't want like higher level players coming through and just like killing everything, right? And like stealing kills and stuff like that, and just like one-shotting mobs for everyone. That might feel kind of bad. But I think to like a certain extent, it's going to feel good. Also, I also really want to do world bosses and like world like events So like maybe this town here, right? Like you're hanging out in this town or something, and then suddenly like an NPC spawns or shows up or something, or comes out of the building or something, I don't know, and like blows a horn, and then there, like starts yelling like a troll's coming or something, who knows? And then all of a sudden like this troll spawns at the end of the road or something and just starts marching toward town, and he gets to town, and like all the vendors and all the NPCs or whatever like run inside and like cower in fear or something, right? So now suddenly you don't have access to vendors, you don't have access to your class trainers or something. Maybe maybe you can't like sleep in the inn, I don't know, whatever, like things are off limits, right? You can't do things. And then you like can like just wait for that troll to leave, and eventually he'll just wander off and leave, or all the players can rally together and defeat him, which obviously they're gonna do. And when that happens, then maybe like a new vendor comes to town, or the vendors now have new troll related items or something like that, right? Like there's new things to do. So suddenly like those sorts of events will just happen, and you might be like off out here questing or something, right? You're like up this hill questing or something. Obviously this zone is really tiny, so this is not a good example of this, but still. And then you hear like the trolls invading, new town or something. So you head back to town to like defeat that troll. I think that sort of like gameplay, like that dynamic events is going to add so much to like leveling, and add that to content that make that feel really good. The only problem I see with this is I don't want like the higher level players who happen to be in the zone too coming over and just one-shotting the troll, right? So that's going to be a balance thing we have to think about. And I think what we'll do is probably have to like level scale it. I don't know what else to do. Like, how else do you fix that? Like I think when like players get into the fight or whatever, like maybe specific mobs get level scaled. So this is how we solved this in Swords of Magic. So in Swords of Magic, we wanted players to be able to like, so if multiple players got into a boss fight and players showed up later on, we didn't want to have to scale the mob's health, because then when they got into the boss fight, suddenly they just heal, right? That would feel bad. So we did this invisible like defense stat in the back end. It was like a resilience stat that players couldn't see. And what happened is, as more players funneled into the fight, that resilience stat went up, so their damage did less. They still saw the same damage numbers, so they were still doing 50 to 100 damage or whatever, but on the back end, because another player is coming in, that damage was dropping by 20%, 30%, whatever. And it was like, unless a whole group of players walked in at one time, you wouldn't really notice like the health being chunked, like smaller chunks, whatever, coming down, whatever, off the mob. And usually because it was a big boss, it was usually like you couldn't tell anyway. Like if you're doing 100 damage or actually you were doing 30 damage, it didn't matter. So anyway, that was like the plan in that. And I think we could do something like that, where like maybe with event mobs, your spells do a percentage damage or something, or abilities do a percentage damage instead of raw damage. And maybe your raw damage determines like what percentage that is or something, but it could like correlate, somehow, or be a ratio or something. But anyway, that would make sense, because then you could like scale those mobs specifically. Other mobs wouldn't. So level scaling, I think, ruins games, especially MMOs. Like World of Warcraft level scales things down, it feels awful. It feels so bad. And the reason is because if I'm level 5 and I'm wandering through here and a wolf comes out and he's level 8 and I just get wrecked by that wolf, or like let's not say it's a wolf, because that's like too inconsequential. Let's say it's a named mob, like a bandit named Harkin. There's a bandit named Harkin in Swords of Magic. So let's say Harkin is over here in a camp or whatever, and you come over here and you're like, I gotta kill this guy for a quest, or I want to just kill this guy because I want to, right? Because you just want to see what drops or something. Who knows? That's part of the game. So you go to kill him, he wrecks you, right? And you're like, damn, can't kill that guy yet. So then you go and you level up and you get new abilities and you get a potion or something, and you come back and you're like, I'm gonna try this guy again. Now I'm level 7, and then you beat him, right? That feels so good. But in a level scaled world where like everything scales to be the same level as you, that doesn't happen. One, you should just be able to defeat him right away because he's not more powerful than you. He's the same level as you, right? That feels so bad to me, first of all. And then even if you do, or even if you can't beat him and you come back later to try to fight him again, you don't get to do that. Like you don't get that like accomplishment. Like he's the same level. He's still just as hard. And then lastly, like it also feels really good when you go through a level 1 zone and you do all the content and it's challenging or whatever, and you beat it and you everything, and then you leave and you go level up in the next zone, the next zone over, and then you come back to the beginner zone where you remember being and you spent hours and hours as a lobby or whatever, hanging out there trying to do the content or whatever, and you come back and you see that same guy and you're like, oh man, I remember that how hard that guy was, and then you one-shot him. And you're like, God damn, look how freaking tough I've gotten. Look how powerful my character is. I've come so far. That feels so good. That's progression, right? I don't know. These things are so obvious. It's just crazy to me that MMOs don't do this kind of stuff. Like, it's weird to me. It is weird to me that any MMO out there ever thought level scaling was a good idea. Elder Scrolls does it. WoW does it. Like, the big games, the big like names in MMOs do this, and I just don't get it. The only reason, the only good thing about level scaling is it makes content so much easier to build. Like, I get that, because then now suddenly all the players can go to all the content, right? That's the only good thing about it. Anyway, we've done a lot of design talk today. We're coming up on 4.5 hours on stream. I need to go get some lunch and go get my daughter from school in 20 minutes. So let's wrap this up, call it a day. Next stream will be not next week. Next week I'll be gone vacation. I will be back to stream the next Tuesday, not this coming Tuesday, Tuesday after. And when that happens, I'm gonna have my tablet set up. We'll figure out I'll figure out my tablet somehow, and we're gonna start painting some freaking armor. We might be painting a naked guy first. We'll probably be painting a naked guy. And I'm gonna warn you right now, I'm gonna be super rusty with painting. It's gonna be a lot of work, and it's probably gonna look really bad until it doesn't, which is usually how art works anyway. But we're gonna do that, and we're gonna get painting, and we're gonna start making some armor sets. I'm gonna just get like some basic armor in, so we can just throw it in the game, and we're ready for whenever. As soon as Moz is ready for combat, we're doing it. And then I think once we have a couple basic armor sets in, I just want to get like 2 or 3 in for like maybe cloth, leather, and mail or something. Maybe like an intro like clothing set or something, so there's something to like level up to or whatever. Then maybe we'll start working on like an enemy. I mean, I honestly think probably just human enemies is the best way to do it now. So maybe we'll just make like a bandit set or something, like a bandit outfit. But the goal is I want to get textures down so we can knock out a texture in somewhere between like 30 minutes to an hour. If we can do that, and then I can make like 60 armor sets, that's a pretty decent amount of time I can like invest in that. But it was fun, man. I have some interesting ideas that could help with your game that I'll bring up next time. Yeah, Paxian, if you want to message me on Discord, dude, that'd be great. I really want to see what you're working on. Yeah. Ryan, thank you so much for coming in, buddy. Appreciate it. You're welcome for the stream. Let's do this button so people don't keep coming in expecting the stream to be just starting or something. I don't know. Anyway, what do we? Oh wait, hold on. How many viewers do we have? Is it worth raiding? Should we raid? I don't know how to see how many viewers I have now. 25 viewers. Let's not raid. Unless you guys have someone you want me to raid, we can raid. Also, yeah. If you guys actually do want to see World of Warcraft streams, let me know on Discord, I guess, or wherever, or now, I guess. Because I really am tempted to start doing that. I just want to start growing like more of a gamer-centric audience, especially an MMO audience. And I'm really thinking about doing it. I'm going to be playing it anyway, so I thought maybe it'd be more fun to start streaming it, and I just start building my audience. Even if we only get like 20 people, 20 people who just like the content, then that's 20 people who might want to test the MMO. I feel like our current... Moz, are you live right now? If you're live right now, we'll definitely raid you. Anyway, but yeah, I'm really thinking about it. I think we're gonna do it. I'm not expecting more than, like 15 viewers, and we're gonna do it on this channel because it seems silly to make a new channel. But if we post any videos, we'll probably do it on a new YouTube channel, which would be kind of cool to start a fresh channel. But might be in a second. Well, hurry up. I can wait a few minutes. I'd love watching you play WoW and talk about its design. Yeah, we'll probably be doing a lot of design talk because that's what I'm playing for. But also my plan, I think we'll do hardcore. I think we'll do hardcore just because it's way more fun to watch, right? Because if I mess up and I die, you guys get to see me cry about it, right? That'll be more fun. Moz, I forgot is it Moz 306 or something like that? 307? 306?
I don't remember your name, but I'm sure you'll pop up when you go live. Oh, duh. What am I? I'm so stupid. Sorry. So dumb. So dumb. All right, you're live. Cool. Let's go raid you. Sick. I'll type it in here. Hang on. Sorry. So dumb. Like, what's your Twitch name again? Sorry. Anyway, yeah, awesome. Let's go raid Moz. You guys are the best. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Thank you for all the opinions and feedback and like design ideas and stuff like that. That's great. I'm excited. I'm really excited about this game. I haven't been this excited about a game project in a long time, probably ever actually. This is probably the biggest and most exciting game I've ever started making. Other than the MMO I made when I was like 18, that was a huge flop, but that was really exciting too. Anyway, all right, I'll catch you guys later. Go hang out with Moz, and tell him about all your cool MMO ideas too, because he's working on this. So, all right, bye guys. Have a good one.